Escribo una y otra vez. No puedo vivir sin ti. Me paso los días esperándote. ¿Cómo te puedo amar si lejos de mí estás? Si yo estoy loca, es por ti. Sé muy bien que desde este lugar yo no llego donde estás tú. Y aunque dentro de mi copa está reflejada tu fría luz, la beberé. Servil y acabada es por ti. Sentí el amanecer, lágrimas caerán, mojando la lluvia que caerá sin fin. Y tú me atraparás con esa blanca luz. Si yo estoy loca, es por ti. Sé muy bien que desde este lugar yo no llego donde estás tú. Y aunque dentro de mi copa está reflejada tu fría luz, la beberé. Servil y acabada es por ti. Y si estoy loca, es por ti. Antes de 3 lunas volveré a por ti. Antes que me eches de menos, dejaste vías muertas hundidas al pasar. Nunca te he esperado tanto. Un minuto de ti, voy detrás de ti. a un minuto de ti te seguiré. El viento se ha calzado sus guantes de piel, se entretiene con mi pelo. Bebo el agua que viene conmigo, estoy estancado en tu reflejo. Solamente de ti, gota a gota, solamente de ti, veneno y sed. Llegaré solo hasta el umbral, na na na, que puedo perder. Me atreveré, cuento un paso más, na na na, no soy como tú. Un minuto de ti, voy detrás de ti. Un minuto de ti, te seguiré, te seguiré. Un minuto de ti, voy detrás de ti. Un minuto de ti, te seguiré. Voy a hacer deseo en espiral, na na na, me vuelvo a repetir. Saltaré, planeo en derredor, na na na, no soy como tú. Llegaré solo hasta el umbral, na na na, que puedo perder. Me atreveré, cuento un paso más, na na na, no soy como tú. Un minuto de ti, voy detrás de ti. Un minuto de ti, te seguiré. Si pudiera demostrar lo que siento de verdad, promesas sin realidad. No me digas nunca más que es sencillo olvidar. No puedo, no sé mentir. Historias de amor, ojos que miran con ilusión, pasiones vividas entre los dos, imposibles de borrar. Historias de amor, ojos que miran mis besos, algo más. Te llevo dentro de mí. Tengo mucho que decir. Oigo voces sin razón. No sé vivir sin ti. Historias de amor, ojos que miran con ilusión, pasiones vividas entre los dos, posibles de borrar. Historias de amor, ojos que miran con ilusión, Me costó mucho y al final decidí ir a tu casa y ahora estoy frente a ti. Quiero escucharlo y no me importa rogarte. Por favor, no juegues con mi corazón. Hay una cosa que te quiero decir, que es importante al menos para mí. Son dos palabras para hacerme feliz. Dímelo al oído una vez y otra vez. que algún día volveré, el tiempo lo dirá, no dudes de mí, es complicado de entender si tú no estás ahí, no puede amanecer. Que algún día volveré, el tiempo lo dirá, no dudes de mí, es complicado de entender si tú no estás ahí, no puede amanecer.
Not too long ago, in the brain of an unknown genius, far, far superior, a unique idea was born. It was called Bitcoin. It was to take the world by storm. There is a place, a special place. Here another groundbreaking idea was born. It was called Ethereum. Out of this, a unique ecosystem emerged. The Crypto Valley. Welcome to the very heart of it. Welcome to Zug. Welcome to the Blockchain Summit.
All right, come on. Woo! Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Day 3, our final day, and here we are. It is lovely to see those of you, the privileged few who are vaccinated, COVID tested, to be in this space. To our online audience that is watching, which of course is our larger audience, hello to all of you. It's lovely to have you here, the Leader Circle. We're here to talk about enterprise solutions and the future of blockchain. We have some amazing panel conversations, keynotes, and so much more. For those of you in the space, the most important part, of course, is the break time of the networking, honestly. I know we try to drag you in, but you're here to actually interact physically with each other. And so we want to celebrate that, allow that. To our online audience, I want to make an offer for next time. One thing that I really missed is seeing and hearing you. And so one thing that we'd love to do next time is to make sure that we have some way for you to interact with us, because this is the future, right? Hybrid. We're going to do some parts in person, some parts online, but I've really missed hearing your feedback, your comments. Speaking of which, given that this is the last day, let us know what we can do to improve. If the wine is not good enough, let us know. If there aren't enough evening parties, let us know. If you have suggestions for content, which I have heard from some of you, please let us know. What are the topics that we should be talking about? There's a couple ways you can talk to us. Of course, the wonderful team here who are always accessible and wanted to hear from you. I also am available to you. Contact details are up there. Some of you have been asking me, hey, when you're not on stage, Dan, what do you do? The answer to that is when I'm not on this stage, I'm on other stages doing lots of great conversations. So if I can invite you to some of those spaces or make some introductions, please let me know. I'd love for you to get in touch. That is me in the background. So I am Dan Ram on any social media, because this is our last time that we'll be physically here for this particular event. Okay, quick check for those in the room. If you're feeling okay, just give me one thumbs up if you're feeling okay. It's most of you except for about 3 people. Great. If you're feeling like excited, like above okay, give me 2 thumbs up. Okay, that's great. If you're like, yes, I made it. I'm one of the lucky people in this room. I cannot wait. Give me 2 thumbs up with your hands out of your, okay? There's a few lesser, but it's most of you in the room. Excellent. Well, the ultimate test for that is to see how well your clapping is, because we've got a wonderful person who is here. She has been working in the parliament in various different roles since 2006, although she was telling me backstage when she's not doing government work, she loves her garden. She's got a squirrel that's visiting and snails that she's got to keep out, as well as some beautiful flowers right now. She's an incredible woman. She is the Minister for Economic Affairs for the Canton of Zug. Please welcome Minister Sylvia. It's good to have
you. Yeah, dear guests and participants of this summit, warm welcome here in Zug. It's a great pleasure to host this summit in our canton. Let me take the opportunity to thank CVBC for organizing another great event and for the high contribution to this dynamic blockchain environment. I would also express how proud we are of the development of the blockchain industry and the ecosystem here in Zug and surroundings. In only a few years, our Crypto Valley has established a worldwide reputation as a catalyst for new blockchain business ventures. The cantonal and municipal authorities have played their part by providing their support for a regulatory framework and welcoming and supporting your young entrepreneurs from all over the world. The cantonal administration has proved their business friendliness and open-minded spirit once more. As a matter of fact, we are probably the only place in the world where you can pay your tax debt up to 100,000 Swiss francs with Ether or Bitcoin. Another good example of a joint initiative with the aim to develop ICT specialists for the blockchain landscape in Zug is the recently established blockchain apprenticeship by the local training company, TAI International. And last month, in August, the first apprentice started at Inacta. The Canton of Zug has supported since its beginning the Swiss Blockchain Federation, presided by our Finance Minister Heinz Tendler. The Swiss Blockchain Federation has been actively promoting beneficial framework conditions for the blockchain and crypto industries as its primary task. The year 2021 marked a milestone for Switzerland with the entering into force of the new DLT legislation at the federal level. In cooperation, the Swiss Innovation Agency, InnoSwiss, and the Swiss Blockchain Federation actively promote innovation with the NTN Innovation Booster, Blockchain Nation Switzerland. The multi-year program is aimed at students, startups, and other interested individuals and helps them become blockchain entrepreneurs. With partners from academia and the private sector, the Innovation Booster will help creating new companies, jobs, and tax revenues. They have different formats as ideation, hackathon, business acceleration, and incubation. The Department of Economic Affairs on the Canton of Zug highly welcomes this new innovation booster and looks forward to many exciting projects coming out of it. This will further support the development and innovation in the blockchain industry. Innovation is crucial for the technological progress of a country. It affects not only productivity, but also countries' international competitiveness, growth, and employment levels. Together with the federal government, the cantons finance roughly a quarter of Switzerland's research and development activities. In this context, I would like to mention that the Switzerland Innovation Park Central in Rotkreuz, in our canton, plays an important role in the area of innovation. While the thematic focus is on building excellence, the methodological focus is on open innovation. The open innovation portal jointcreate.com is a digital innovation ecosystem that simplifies the process of finding suitable partners for joint projects and accelerates collaboration. Let me also mention that since 1993, the Canton of Zug has awarded annually the Cantonal Innovation Prize to a company incorporated in Zug. Yeah, it will be exciting to experience how the blockchain industry will further contribute to Zug's economic potential. Zug has just been recently named the first best European tech city for economic potential by FDI Intelligence. Together with blockchain, artificial intelligence, sensor technology, robotic, drones, advanced manufacturing, Internet and Things, and other disruptive technologies represent the so-called frontier technology or deep tech, which opens new business fields and provides access to entirely unknown possibility as much for our society as for the corporate world. While relatively few countries currently create frontier technologies, all countries need to prepare for them. This is why I am proud of our crypto valley that positively impacts Zug and the whole world as a pioneer. I'm very keen on learning how blockchain will penetrate the corporate world and what the use cases are or will be in the finance and in the insurance world, in commodity trading, in supply chain management, and in many other industries. Without further ado, let's start, and I hand over to the next speaker.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So, moms always know best. Do you remember I just commented and I was like, oh, I wish I could find a way to get people online to engage? I just found out there's a way to do that. And so, hello from Geneva is what Mike says. My mom says hi from India. I'm seeing, hi everyone, nice to be part of this great event. And then Tunji Olaruko Oba says enterprise solutions, looking forward to it. Lucas says, hi everyone. So everyone online, I just discovered how I can see your comments. And it's sad that I only found out on day 3. But thank you for engaging. And I will check your comments in there as well. Next time we'll find a way to put it somewhere on the screen so you guys can also see how people online are engaging too. Okay, we have a great conversation about tokenizing the physical world. I guess we're deciding to bring that or not bring that. Bring it in, take it out. So we've got 2 amazing gentlemen who are going to lead this conversation, Marco and Tim. Quick background about them. Marco, 17 years in treasury and investment banking, worked at Lehman Brothers, and for the past decade has been focusing on cryptocurrencies and blockchain. And then Tim, he's got a background in sales, trading in the Asian market, European market, US markets. He's worked at ETF Securities as well as Velocity Shares before joining Global Palladium Fund. Guys, please give a warm applause to Marco and Tim.
Thumbs up. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Today's topic, digitizing the physical world. First of all, thank you to the organizer, very well-organized event. But commodity and tokenization. What a success story. To get there, rather difficult. A lot of complex matter to solve. I'm thinking about countries, a lot of contact within the industry. We have a lot of complex matter that we need to solve on tax matters. But blockchain technology, together with tokenization, is a game changer in the industry for us. Even more, blockchain technology and tokenization can revolutionize the way how we transact in this economy. I'm Marco Grossi, as you know, CEO of Atomize. Atomize is a Zug-based company digitizing the physical world in 2 areas, supply chain management and in the investment side of the commodity business. And we are using digital and tokenization with combining the Hyperledger Fabric technology, which is a DLT technology. Today with me, we have Tim Harvey. I convinced him a couple of years ago to be part of the new world. He's coming from the old-fashioned world, and I convinced him to be part of the new world because tokenization and blockchain only works if the old world and the new world works together, especially in our commodity space. And I give Tim the chance to introduce himself and spend a couple of words of why he's so convinced that this is really the game changer.
Thank you, Marco. And thank you to the organizers, also to Canton Zug for letting us be here today. So my name is Tim Harvey. I'm advisor to GPF, the Global Palladium Fund. And why are we so interested in blockchain? Global Palladium Fund, as a bit of background, is part of the Norilsk Nickel Group, and some of you may or may not be aware that Norilsk Nickel was voted in February this year by Forbes magazine, one of the top 50 early adopters of blockchain technology globally. Why is blockchain important to GPF? If you look at how you access the world's commodities markets today, it is very complicated. Even for market professionals, it is hard. You have the LBMA, which is the London Bullion Market Association Gold Silver, London Platinum Palladium Market for Platinum Palladium, LME, London Metal Exchange for base metals. So there's so many different markets. And of course, you've got the derivative markets all over the world, particularly in North America. And all of them have different standards. So what we use blockchain for is basically to help our clients identify, be they customers or be they investors, exactly what metal they're getting. And we can use the blockchain to create an immutable record of ownership, of location, of so many other things which can be recorded into the blockchain. If it's precious metals, it can be a bar number. If it's base metals, it can be a bundle number. And all of this is recorded into blockchain. And this is, at the moment, I believe we're unique in doing this. But I guess what blockchain really has enabled us to do is to offer investors access the same way they get at the moment to the derivatives market, because via blockchain, we've managed to crack the storage issue as well. But let me pause there and hand back to Marco. Marco.
Yes, so as you see, commodity and blockchain is real. We both believe very much in that change, in that game changer effect of this technology. But let's look a little bit deeper, and I start with the supply chain management, where blockchain within the industry can really make the change. And I give you a couple of keywords, because there is a panel discussion right afterwards that indicates a little bit more in detail what does it mean. But I just list a couple of things. Single truth of information. Blockchain can bring that to a whole supply chain. Immutability of records, where we can attach proof of provenance, track and trace, carbon footprint. It can be secured. Disintermediation. We show later on a graph where we show what might be the effect, how many players might disappear, but concentrated into one platform. On the daily operations, if we have one platform where the whole supply chain is managed, we can reduce paper. We can create smart contracts, or even the whole managing of contract, the whole negotiation of contract can be automatized. And it can bring flexibility and optionality into a market that maybe it's a very old-fashioned market, and that flexibility and optionality can lead, if you combine the investment and the industrial world into one place, that an industrial client can go into the investment world, and vice versa. I'm just thinking loud about ETC, ETP, where you can have a metal delivery. So, and that's an example that we then show you afterwards. The complex supply chain today needs to be made visible. So there is a market demand. ESG, carbon footprint are the two main points. But as I said, later on there's a panel discussion about that. And I want to also highlight the second stream where we think the game change happened, which is the investment side, where Tim is here to highlight us some details of that market and also bring them into the new age.
Thank you. On the investment side, again, ESG is something which we're all familiar with. Environmental, social, and governance. And it is something which, for the last 5 years, and definitely over the lockdown with COVID globally, has come very much to front and center. However, ESG has been an issue for 20, 30 years. It's not a new concern for many investors. Investors want to know what they're investing into, and we've seen over the last few years, things like tobacco, alcohol, firearms have become far less fashionable, and trying to raise capital for those companies is challenging. So we have embraced ESG to the extent that we can now use, as Marco suggested, the blockchain to prove to investors that our metal is low carbon. We can prove to investors the geographical location of the mine it came from. We can actually record the smelter it came from. So ultimately that means we can actually tell you what the environmental impact of that metal was. Because of the geographical locator, we can prove to you that it's actually conflict-free. It's not a concern for child labor or anything like that, because all of this is embedded into the blockchain. This was not possible before, because now you have the immutable evidence in the blockchain of geographical location, where it was smelted. You now can go and backtrack that and find out exactly the carbon footprint of that metal. So this, for investors, is really, really important, because, of course, investors are investing your money, and we're all concerned about the environmental impact. But also, using the blockchain, what we've been able to do is we've been able to put professional investors front and center in the middle of the drive to the low carbon economy. Because many of the metals that GPF has, be it gold and silver, obviously those are precious metals, but if you look at platinum, palladium, copper, and nickel, and we're looking at other metals as well soon, those metals are all key to the transition to the net zero carbon economy. Nickel is the key component in battery technology. Copper is the key component in making an electric motor. Platinum is key in hydrogen fuel cells. And palladium is key in catalytic converters. So we can put you front and center now into the actual space where car manufacturers, where professional trading firms are because of the blockchain. Marco.
Yeah, I think time is over, but we wanted to summarize our speech in showing how the new old world is structured and what a vision of the new world can be.
Super. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Really appreciate it. Let's give him a hand. All right. So I just heard a really fascinating story because the moderator of this next panel, his last name is Einstein. So, I was being cheeky, and I was like, any connection? And actually, yes. So if you're looking for an excuse to speak to this amazing American who's about to come on with a German passport, because Einstein, you can talk to him, and that might be a good way to start the conversation with him. He is a proud Eagle Scout. He is also has a law practice that's covered everything in the early days, from startups and venture capital and IP to now crypto, blockchain, fintech startups. He's a crypto attorney, technologist, and an enterprise strategist. His main role right now is as the International General Counsel of the Emerging Technology Association. He has got an amazing panel with him all ready to go. Please give a wonderful, warm welcome to Gordon and the panel.
Hello, everyone. So I was watching backstage, and did everyone give a double thumbs up? And I like it, the repeat. We're going to be discussing opportunities to track and trade commodities on the blockchain. We have a very distinguished panel today here. I think I always like to introduce panels by doing what I would call almost the origin story. Like, superheroes have origin tales. Each one of these fine people has a name and a background that got them into blockchain and crypto and commodities. So Phil, let me start with you.
Sure, my name is Phil Detweiler. I'm working for Atomize AG. In case you're not familiar with that name, I'm not surprised because we just changed our name from Token Trust to Atomize AG. I'm the CEO of that company, and I'm very happy to be here.
Welcome. And let's give it a little moment of background. How did you find your way into the whole crypto blockchain world?
Well, I used to, being a thoroughbred Swiss, I used to work for the big banks here in Switzerland. I was sitting on those big tanker of a bank. I saw all these little boats pass by left and right with all these crypto topics. My brother is in crypto as well. I started becoming very interested, I would say 2015, 16, until I decided to make a move into that industry as well. And until today, I definitely don't regret.
Happy to have you. Diana.
Yes, so hi, my name is Diana Calif. I work for Pharma Connect. We're a startup based in Geneva, working with, as the name is saying, connecting smallholder commodity farmers with consumers in the other end of the world, for example, in Switzerland. And my origin story is not so interesting. I grew up in Sweden, moved to Switzerland, and I was starting this path of engineering and tech and got really excited about innovations and creating new markets and creating new things. And in the same kind of period, I also got interested in sustainability. It's very difficult with today's world to not get into those topics. So that led me into kind of impact tech space, where I think what we're doing at Pharma Connect is very, very interesting.
I think any origin story that starts in Sweden is good. It's okay. Please, Daniel.
Hello, everyone. My name is Daniel. Actually, I wear two hats. I'm partner at Inacta. We're a tech company in the space. As such, we have a lot of companies also in the commodity space, consulting and helping to realize solutions. And my second hat is with TokenGate, where we tokenize assets and help to do STOs, also for commodity companies. And my first touch point actually with cryptos was with my former employer with the rare metal exchange in London, where there was a project running from our company. It started late 2015, and I wanted to replicate it in Germany and Switzerland, where I was responsible for, but I did not succeed with the consulting crew I had at that time.
Sure.
And cut the long story short, I ended up here in the crypto valley.
Everyone finds their own way here, one way or another. Very good. Les, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Gordon. My name is Les Mail. I'm the CEO of DGCX, which is the largest derivatives exchange in the Middle East, so futures-dated contracts for FX and metals. We trade about $2 billion a day, notional value, typically financially settled, not crypto yet because of the regulatory framework within which we work under. But how did I get into crypto and blockchain? To be honest, this time last year, I did not have a queue of members beating a path to my door, demanding that we list crypto futures. But that has changed this year. There has been a step change in the interest and the appetite from the market parties that we support. And so, yeah, that's what's brought me here to Zug.
Actually, I'm going to dive in and ask one quick question before we move on. It's kind of interesting that you're a recent arrival, and it sounds like you were pulled into it. Can you flesh it out a little bit more? What changed?
Yeah, I mean, I've been in commodity trading since 1990, so old school in that sense. And I think what's changed, yes, the pandemic, yes, the rise in the retail aspect of trading, the Robin Hood effect, if you like. And I think what changed in the marketplace, to be honest, was the price rise in Q1, Q2. And that kind of got people interested in a manner that we'd never seen before. But typically it's brokers looking for more products to offer to their clients, and then we can enable that.
Very interesting. Carlos, please.
Yes, so my name is Carlos Fernandez. I'm with Finca Swiss, which is a company we founded here. This is actually the fourth version of my life. My first version was investment banking. Then I went into real mining, and I developed a very large zinc silver mine, which is now today probably the fourth largest in the world. Then I went to philanthropy, and I ran the Clinton Foundation for Latin America. And then now I'm in my fourth version with the promise of blockchain, and we set up Finca Swiss really as a way to find the convergence of the real world and the productive activities with crypto finance. And as a result of that, what we have done is we have issued the first security token digital asset in Switzerland, which is the Finca token. It's a revenue share token that
quick.
Yes, it shares the revenues of cattle ranching in Latin America to investors globally. And it's been a very, very challenging course today. And we are very proud to say that our token is the product of the collaboration of the crypto valley, really, because we don't employ any people. We use lots of service companies like Inacta and TokenGate and Core Ledger and others. So really, we are the perfect use case, and we have a number of projects down the line that you should be hearing from.
Fantastic. Phil, let's start with you. Let's start at a very basic level. What does it mean specifically to track and trace commodities on the blockchain, and diving right into what's the advantage over prior or legacy setups?
Look, I would say that the commodity industry is having benefits out of the blockchain technology like many other industries as well. It comes from access through fractionalization. It might be liquidity through standardization, efficiency from disintermediation, and last but not least, as you say, also transparency through immutable tracing of information on the blockchain. Now, what makes it very special in the last two topics for the commodity sector, the efficiency and transparency, is that in the commodity industry, I believe we have 3 different topics we should look a little bit closer at. Firstly, in the commodity industry, you talk about fairly sizable deals. That means a ticket when you trade are usually in the multiples of 10 millions and more. That means there is a strong interest of marrying up the financial industry with the commodity industry, and you can do that, for example, with settlement tokens. So that's one advantage. Another advantage is clearly that the commodity industry is today fairly inefficient from a producer to a consumer perspective. You start with a miner, you go over smelter, brokerage, you have storage, you have exchanges. There's a long chain of stakeholders, and with blockchain technology, you can look into disintermediation and make the entire industry more efficient. And lastly, thirdly, I think transparency is absolutely key in the commodity industry. We have all heard about child labor, of environmental topics. There are black sheeps in the industry. We need to face it. And you would like to ensure that you are not being commingled with those. And with blockchain technology, you bring that transparency to the table, that you can basically source your material from excavation to the user, be it an investor or an industrial user.
Fair enough, interesting. And then Diana, I think we were discussing before, you have a specific coffee context that may illuminate the advantages of putting commodities on the blockchain. Can you talk about that for a minute?
Yeah, so I think it's really in coffee that we're working with coffee and cocoa today. The supply chain is even longer because you have smallholder farmers, you have the cooperatives, you have the exporters, importers, roasters, and in the end, coffee drinkers or chocolate eaters such as ourselves. So what we're doing exactly that. We're connecting the different data sources in those different siloed systems, and you can even today buy a coffee in the store that is PharmaConnect traceable. So we're really providing the consumers with more information about the product, but also, of course, for the buyers of those products before they become something that can be sold to a consumer. So that being a roaster or a manufacturer of some sort. So it's really the idea behind that, to build the trust in the information and also to share it a little bit more openly. Of course, some data should be kept internally. We completely respect that. But the ones that could be shared between companies and in the end also to the consumers, it's how our software is really built up.
I just got this strange vision of going to a coffee shop, getting a cup of coffee and having a sort of a QR code appear on the side.
Exactly.
Scanning it and seeing exactly the whole...
Exactly. You can do that today.
Did anyone patent this yet? No? Okay. Well, communal property or something. Interesting. Danielle, please. What kind of advantages do you see to this? And let me add something in there. What kind of difficulties or challenges do you see on this path?
Thank you for this question.
Sure.
I might sound a little bit as devil's advocate, since I'm the tech guy here, and I think technology is very easy to solve. And we accompanied projects that they failed as well, or we stopped them at a certain point. What we discovered there, or what the lesson learned there, is that technology is only, let's say, 1/5 or so of everything. So it's more about the organization as a whole, the governance, bringing the market participants together, the whole syndication process. And then I think, you just mentioned, for instance, connecting farmers, giving them some incentives to work in a different way to fulfill the sustainability agenda, whatever. You need a lot of people on ground there locally, because there are also some mafia kind of organization controlling the whole supply chain locally. So and I wonder a little bit how we tackle this, because just tracking the data that is flowing, easy. But organization-wise, there's a lot of things to do still. Or even when you think of the supply chain, trucks moving, boats, harbors, there's a lot of things still on paper. And to get rid of paper is not that easy in this process until now. This is what we experienced. So I see still a lot of challenge, but I agree, and we are on the space as well working on that. We have to change the industry there in this respect.
Well, let me ask, and I'll throw this to the group, 2 related questions. Sometimes things stay in legacy systems because the incumbents benefit from those systems. Sure. And they've established themselves in a little ecological niche, and they're very hard to dislodge until you completely disrupt the industry. Is commodities one of those things? Can you nibble at it from the edges? Can you go for a revolution? And I'll just, whoever wants to jump in, can jump in. Or Les. I choose you to jump in.
It looks like I'm the next to jump in.
There you go.
No, I think it depends on the commodity, which is a sloping shoulder answer. Let's pick a commodity, crude oil, but it could be nat gas, it could be any of the base metals, it could be fixed income, bonds, equities. These aren't necessarily going to benefit from going onto the blockchain. They've been traded adequately, satisfactorily, successfully for 20, 30 years through electronic systems with an STP, standard through processing protocols. There isn't the appetite to move something that isn't broken. It's going to cost money. Yes, I accept that it is only money in IT. These things can be fixed. But if it isn't broken, why fix it? So for some commodities, I don't necessarily think they lend themselves to the blockchain, but there are others that massively do. And it's those where you've got to guarantee the authenticity, the provenance, if you like. And okay, yes, we trade gold amongst other products. The shareholder DMCC has a big diamond business. And areas like those precious metals where there's a conflict nature of it, where you can have that traceability and a provenance, is not just attractive to the trading houses and the brokers, but it's attractive to the investment managers and the portfolio fund investors underneath, who can then point their clients to an ESG compliant kind of solution in the marketplace. So that, I think, is a key demand for sure.
Interesting. And Oscar, I think as former head of the Clinton Foundation in Latin America, you may have some unique insight on whether the industries would be quick to adapt tracking and trading commodities on the blockchain, or whether there's incumbents that might resist that, or perhaps how it can be accomplished.
Well, actually, it was unrelated to blockchain. It was just the fact that the foundation had the role and the mission was to try to get natural resource companies to be good corporate citizens in how they relate to different stakeholders in the area. So, and I think blockchain is going to be an addition to that. However, going to the initial question as to what is blockchain going to do to the commodities in general, I think there's three areas, and I think we all agree in different ways. Number one is the logistics part. All commodities have different kinds of logistics challenges, and you have things that go in parallel, even though you have just one commodity. Let's take concentrates of zinc silver. You have one commodity that goes from the mine all the way to the smelting and the refining. And yet you have the physical part that goes from lab assays, transport, ocean, customs, different countries, all the way to the smelter, the refining. And that is paperwork that unbelievably to this day is done via paper and Excel sheets and all that. But blockchain could really streamline that. Even if it's not great interest, it's going to streamline. Then you have in parallel, you have the financing part, which is also going on the same commodity, advance payments and penalties and liquidations, And finally, you have the monetary part of it. So that one is the logistics solutions that will be found. The other one is, I think, the provenance, and that incredibly is market-driven today. Because today you have buyers, industrial buyers of, let's say, aluminum, and they will just buy green aluminum. They will not buy dirty aluminum. You talk about cobalt, for instance. Cobalt is a complicated industry, and now with Tesla and all these guys, they want to know that the cobalt is coming from, no child labor, no da-da-da-da. And I think that is demand-driven, and blockchain is going to solve that. As we were talking before, this is not a technical solution on its own by virtue of blockchain. There will be an interaction and the convergence of actual players taking advantage of the technology. And in the end, you are going to have different stakeholders, but the whole process is going to be streamlined. And finally, the third one is just the monetization, which in some cases you will have the blockchain taking care of the whole thing, the logistics, all the way to the ESG, finally to something that has value, and it will ascertain the buyer that gold or whatever meets all the requirements. So I think that the innovation that we're going to see going forward is going to be huge. So these are just ideas and trends, but what will happen, it will be huge, I think, on commodities.
So one thing, Phil, like you're about to...
Maybe just to add something small, looking a little bit at the market dynamics, I think this is also fairly interesting. We're talking here about track and trade. I think there is little resistance on the tracking. I think if we look into the market, it's even not so much a tech push than an industry pull or consumer pull. So I have less concerns about adaptability there. Where I'm more concerned is in the trade part, because I said before, efficiency usually comes along with disintermediation. Needless to say, if you're disintermediate, there are other players which are crowded out, and they will not be supportive.
So I guess I'm going to go back to my earlier question a bit, which is, do you buy them out? Do you route around them? Do you disrupt and come up with an alternative? If you can think of a concrete example without offending anyone terribly who might see the video later, that'd be great.
Okay, look, I would stick to the word crowding out. I think you don't frontally attack someone, but people that not go adapt with the industry, what is happening in the industry, they automatically will be crowded out. And I would also like to chip in the buzzword democratization. And I think what we're doing here, this is a lot about that. We're trying to connect the producer closer to the consumer and try to get out the intermediaries. And for example, exchanges might have a tough time if there is peer-to-peer networks. They come with advantages, but there are challenges as well.
Well, let me ask you, one of the points you made was the nature of commodities is it tends to be large, expensive lots, if I understood you correctly. It's not necessarily microtransactions.
Correct.
So does that lend itself really towards disintermediation, or does the size of the transaction somehow dictate that you're going to be dealing with larger players who would want a more regulated type environment to interact with each other?
It lends itself to blockchain technologies on two accounts, because we're trading in big lots. Fractionalization is the buzzword. So you can also bring commodities which are currently not available to the retail client to the retail client. So again, it's democratization. And from a size perspective, the interesting part is you can also crowd out banks with blockchain technology if you have an interesting payment or settlement token, so that you can have atomic swap instantly payment. You can reduce your risk, settlement risk, counterparty risk. There are a lot of advantages, I see.
So I normally get excited when someone says crowd out banks, but then I remember Switzerland. Please, Liz.
There is enough space for everyone.
For everyone, okay.
But
just remind them.
Phil brings up a really good point about the back-end nature. You know, forget the track and trade necessarily the front office. It's the back office nature of clearing and settlement. As I say, that the value of the trades that we conduct on a daily basis, that isn't the cash that moves. We're moving $50 to $100 million a day of cash between banks, and that's pretty inflexible system. Now, the areas for clearing and settlement and the risk mitigation, the application of blockchain would be wonderfully advantageous. But I think too often, blockchain was kind of a solution looking for a problem, and it needed to have that application in the marketplace. And the example I can give is the Australian Stock Exchange, where it's unfortunately about 5 or 6 years ago, they've tried to move their clearing and settlement systems from what's called chess onto the blockchain with digital assets as their partner. It's constantly delayed, and that isn't to criticize them at all. It's a huge endeavor that they're about to do. But all the exchanges globally, including mine, are then taking a step back. Well, we'll watch you guys. We'll see how you get on. And so that kind of inhibits the innovation that needs to come to the table. Because the advantages, as Phil mentioned, for the eliminating or certainly reducing that counterparty and settlement risk through the blockchain is huge, but it's making it work in practice that the Aussies are finding quite difficult.
Got it. I want to open up to the group something that Carlos alluded to, which is, I guess it's all well and good to track and trace on the blockchain, but I always struggle with, and the people I work with struggle with, exactly how you get good information into it. And we began to talk about it, whether, in essence, what kind of Oracle system do we need? Or is this an introduction maybe to the Internet of Things somehow working along with tracking and tracing? And I can open up to the group. I can randomly, there you go, Diana. Go.
Thanks.
That's too decentralized to open to the group, so I'll just point.
Yeah, so you asked me the $1 million question, how do we ensure the quality of the data on a blockchain? I mean, we can't do it. We've just had the approach that if we know it's a permanent storage, you know it's shared with your clients or your suppliers, etc., you're more incentivized to upload the correct thing. Because if it's not, it's there permanently. You can't go in and erase it. The second thing is then uploading. It sounds a bit old-fashioned. There is also API solutions, so we get like the automatic integration with existing systems, so we don't even need that kind of human part of the work. And I think what the blockchain is really bringing to our solution is not only the storage of the data, but that companies feel comfortable in sharing that. Because again, they have the decision to give permission to see the data. Part of it will never be shared. Part of it is already shared today, but very inefficiently. So I think I think either integrating with existing data systems or just having that kind of carrot to do the right thing is what the best we have today.
And that begs the question, I wonder what the best will be in 5 years. So Daniel, I'll put you on the spot.
Well, I see two things here. One is, which you mentioned as well, we have to have good data in, and you mentioned that everything is still in the logistic chain on paper, and sometimes we want to hash something in the blockchain. And yes, but paper can be, altered. So how you connect the digital twin of your goods, which is documented on paper, and the people use it on paper. There are some solutions. We are testing them as well, with seals for the papers and everything, and that is hashed. That's one thing. So we have to find, to make it short, we have to find a solution how to connect the digital twin that is documented and everything in the blockchain.
I just got a horrible image of some poor data entry clerk taking paper and entering it into Ethereum.
It's like no, but it could be a QR code, but still a QR code on a container. You don't know whether it's still there when it arrives. So it is really there are some challenges, and if there are some existing system or we have some new players in the market who manage containers now differently on the blockchain. We all know the big ones I'm talking about. That might be a first solution. Yes, if you have a container around, it might be easier. But there are also other which is more difficult. Coming to your second point, I think we have another advantage which we have not yet talked about, what blockchain brings with. Because you said we can incentivize, the ecosystem around there. Yeah, we have programmable money. This is the new thing. So if we can, for instance, give them a token, the coffee token, or whether they get it back, even if I tip somewhere in the coffee shop, they get a coffee token. But it's programmed that they only can spend it for the special seeds, the tools, or the food for the family, and not in alcohol or something like that. This is something I would love to see.
Interesting. Carlos, I think you had a comment.
Yes, I think that you will not have the ideal utopian all-digital world, especially when it comes to commodities. You will always have the human element and the traditional systems. What we need to do is to optimize the process with the benefits of blockchain wherever you can. And there's paper, there's this and that. But you will always have auditors, you're going to have labs, you're going to have other, not necessarily automatic oracles, but other stakeholders that will be part of the blockchain, the value chain of information in commodities. So the ideal world that everything is going to be digital is not going to happen. It has to be an optimization process.
I agree. We shouldn't hold that out as some quixotic goal and then not do it because we can't achieve it. I think the real question is it better than what we have now? But I wouldn't want us to artificially limit ourselves either. I'd want to wrestle with the tough questions and see if we can get a more accurate picture of what's going on in the real world. I think someone said earlier, garbage in, garbage out. If to have a permanent bad information on the blockchain isn't always an improvement. We have a moment left. I want to hit another topic. There's obviously a big focus on ESG, sustainability, making the world a better place. And one of you mentioned, I think during an earlier discussion, that buyers are potentially paying a premium for ESG commodities. Did I hear that?
Yes.
Yeah. Who mentioned that?
I did like green aluminum or cobalt, and they're demanding. Some industries are saying, I just will buy green aluminum. I will not buy any aluminum. And this takes
how far does
not
their
only
generosity
ESG,
extend? 5%, 10%, 15% premium?
Well, it's sometimes not the pricing itself, but the fact, for instance, you go for energy. They want people production with renewable energy, for instance.
See that.
And if they're not, they will not take it. and they don't want child labor, and they want companies that are ESG compliant and this and that. And I think that is a market-driven, and it's good for the planet. It's going to be very good for everyone. And I think that blockchain will be a great enabler for that to become standard.
So they haven't yanked us off the stage yet. I got to ask, my understanding is there's no specific internationally accepted metric for ESG compliance, that this is highly industry, highly local, highly third-party opinion.
Yeah,
what do we do?
I would say in coffee and cocoa, what we've seen is that, of course, the buyer don't want to pay more. They want everything for free. But when you look at all their targets that they want to achieve, the suppliers have to do the work. So if you're going to be CO2 neutral or have child labor free, they're not on the ground doing the job. So I think this negotiation of the premium, it's already happening. They just need the proof of if they're buying, green aluminum or sustainable coffee or ethical sourced coffee, that it really is, so it's worth paying this premium. So what we can say...
That's my question, though. How do you define green coffee in a way that everyone agrees on, therefore you can lock it in?
So I think, first of all, we have the taxonomy that was happening in green finance, what can be sustainable, what can be green. I think that's going to happen for products as well. But right now, it is a discussion between the supplier and the buyer where they say, I want these 10 things, and then they say, I don't want to pay for it. And then the suppliers say, that's great, but I want you to pay these cents extra per pound or whatnot. So we are not part of that since we're the tech layer, but we say, if you want to prove that this is what you claim, we're there to help you. So you're not selling only coffee, you're selling coffee with data. And that, I think, is the first step to have those conversations about, is there an additional value for a proven provenance commodity than one that don't have that.
Very good. And on that note, our host came out with his cane. So big round of applause for our fantastic panel. Thank you, everyone. Good job. And congratulations to all of you for powering through. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, some of you spotted that beautiful Rolls-Royce outside with the Dubai plate. I know when we started a couple years ago, this was a predominantly Swiss crowd with representatives from around the world, but now we're seeing more and more people from around the world. So to help us with that conversation about what is going on globally, the managing partner of Enacta, one of the most best-dressed people here in the house and a friend to everybody, Ralph, come join me. Come on, let's give him a hand. Smile, it's okay. It's good to have you here. Tell me, a lot's happened last couple years. What is going on? How do we get to the summit stage? Give us a little bit about some of the thinking between the initiators of this whole summit.
First of all, I'm super happy to be here, and I'm super nervous still, after 4 or 5 years having a CV summit now. But it's always great to have you here, and when I think back in 2017, when we had the first summit, the summit was more an accident, because we did a blockchain competition for insurance. And this blockchain competition for insurance was a prize money of $100,000 for the best idea in blockchain in the corporate world of insurance. We got 130 applications from 35 countries, and then we thought about what could be the final event. Probably we will have 200 people in a small location, and at this final event we had nearly 1,000 people here, and it was fully the ICO craziness at this time. And I'm very proud that Matthias, Marco, and I, we made it again after this COVID crisis to organize an event like that with you, Dan. And you are like our idol for being on stage.
And you are the idol for fashion. Look at this. Sockless shoes, come on.
It's the Dubai style.
It's the Dubai style.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about Dubai. What is going on there? Because the people who know you know that you're a lot more tan than you normally are. So are you spending more time in Dubai? What's going on?
Yeah, you know as well from my side, I'm a big fan from Dubai. Dubai was the first time in 1998 that I went there, and I thought, why are they building an infrastructure in the middle of nowhere, and who's going to use that? It's a little bit like the blockchain space. Yeah? The big blockchains are building an infrastructure, and no one uses at the moment. For what will we use that? Yeah? Is it only DeFi? Is it whatever? And I was pushing my colleagues that one of the first steps in the internationalization should be Dubai. And last year, with you as well, in Davos at the World Economic Forum, we signed a contract with DMCC in Dubai to open up the first CV labs. We haven't been able last year in April to really open. We opened this year in April, and Dubai, our CV labs, has now already 30 companies incorporated there and 900 companies waiting to get in. So 900 companies. It's accelerating much faster than here in Switzerland, but also it's very big. So, and I believe the combination of Switzerland and Dubai is just perfect to do business.
Now, on a personal level, you were very kind to invite me for lunch in Dubai, but you did not invite me to the launch. Just to let you know, I did not get that invite, so next time I want to be there at the DMCC. Yesterday we had Gideon in the panel. We had a conversation about what's going on in South Africa. That's part of the global growth strategy. There's conversation about Latin America. Tell us a little bit about what's in the future.
I mean, when you look at the technology we're providing at the moment with the digital asset things and so on, I think we are not solving a real problem in Switzerland. In Switzerland, I'm not afraid on Friday that on Monday I get to my money. We have no hyperinflation at the moment. And when I want to send you some money to Abu Dhabi, it's still there probably on the day after or 2 days after. But there are regions worldwide which really need the technology like we are developing here with all the companies around. And I fully believe that Africa is a great region for that. And we see a lot of super interesting startups which are having an impact as well there. And when you look on the map, yeah, where else? LATAM, of course. We are avoiding North America. I don't know why. Probably you heard about the small organization called SEC. And on the other side, Asian markets are very interesting. So there are the real use cases. There's the usage of the normal digital asset payment topics and so on. But that's not the topic of the day.
I was going to say, we've got like now 30 seconds to talk about the important one, which is the corporate world. What's going on there?
You know, I'm coming out of the corporate world. I'm a consultant by my blood. So I try to make big corporates more efficient. And this is what I'm doing since a little bit more than 20 years. And I moved in the startup world. And when I'm honest, what's going on in the startup world, in the corporate world with blockchain?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Uh-oh.
Nothing which is really alive today. And, you know, when you say, let's switch off the blockchains and see what's happening in the corporate world, which process will not work today? Everything will work. So we're not there yet that blockchain technology is in the core of the corporate world. But we are there that the corporates are already talking about it.
Right.
Doing POCs. There's a small organization called World Economic Forum in Davos, and I think 3 years ago, the most used word after Donald Trump was blockchain. I don't know what's more important, but that's a sign. And you know, I think everyone in the room followed the World Economic Forum, and I moved to Switzerland to Zug in 2005, and I was watching the reports about the World Economic Forum, and I thought, one day I hope to be there.
Right.
And as you know, 3 years ago, we started with the first events there, not directly at the World Economic Forum. I'm still working for my White Pass, but we're there. And the most amazing thing for me is that we attract people like Philipp Rösler, who was the MD of the World Economic Forum before, to join us, to lead the advisory board of CVVC, to help us to make an impact worldwide, and to get more money, to find more cool startups, to really grow that, and also to bring our message to the big corporates. And if you ask me in 5 years, I believe this technology will be in the corporates worldwide. Because a lot of them are working on that, and when we then switch off blockchains, and that shouldn't be possible by decentralization, then something should happen in these enterprises, that something is not working anymore.
Very good. We're going to hear from Philip very soon, but for now, thank you so much.
You.
It's lovely to have you here. Give it up for Ralph. And so we talked about what's going on in Dubai, and someone who splits her time between Switzerland and Dubai is the wonderful crypto lawyer. She does everything from advising corporates to governments to startups and so much more. Therefore, she's probably the most qualified to talk about the opportunities and challenges in the Middle East. Please welcome the wonderful lawyer Irina and her panel.
Okay, you can have the middle seat.
This is how we do it in Dubai.
You missed this one.
It's not because of you, because of her.
Hello, wonderful people. Thank you very much for being here. And thank you very much for being here on the third day. Thank you very much to the organizers for organizing this wonderful event, all in very safe manner. And everybody has traveled from so many various locations. Opportunities and challenges in the Middle East. For some of you, just in case some of you have not visited the Middle East, let me just give you a couple of words. We are not a homogeneous region, right? We are over 25 countries and we are over 600 million people. Middle East consists of the Gulf states, which has a very high GDP and everybody is very well educated. But also, unfortunately, we have some countries which have internal conflicts as well as conflicts with other countries. And those countries are not very well banked, for example, the population of those countries. And we also have countries such as Israel that has recently established business relationships with some of the Gulf states, which we are all very happy about because, you know, in business we will find peace and prosperity. We have a beautiful panel of Middle Eastern experts. Some are actual Gulf nationals, Saeed, an Emirati. We have somebody with a Palestinian background, somebody with Iraqi background, and somebody like Oliver and myself who found home in Dubai. I came 13 years ago and I established that as my home. Can we start with you, Oliver, please? What are the entrepreneurship opportunities in the Middle East? We have so many entrepreneurs and so many founders in the audience, as well as people who are watching us. Why should they put Middle East specifically, or maybe Dubai particularly, on their development roadmap? Why they should consider setting up offices in Dubai? Why should they consider the 600 million people that the Middle East has to offer? Why they should consider them as their potential customer base?
Well, Middle East is a kind of spider in the network of the world. What I mean with this is, in specific, Dubai is connecting Europe, India, Asia, Africa as well, and they all somehow stop or make a stop in Dubai. So first of all, Dubai is very well connected to the rest of the world, and if you go from a global point of view, Dubai is very close to a lot of very important business places. So from the micro part of point, Dubai offers a lot of possibility for entrepreneurs in providing the right infrastructure. What I mean with this in specific is, for example, there are a lot of the free zones for different kind of entrepreneurships and company set up and licenses, starting with trading license, financial licenses. And this was also very interesting for CV Labs to go to Dubai because also they diversified their industrial portfolio, especially in the financial industry, and put a main focus over the last 1 or 2 years in crypto and as well in blockchain.
And we should perhaps mention that Oliver is the managing director of CV Labs in Dubai. You're moving there very shortly, or have already moved there?
Yeah, I moved there already, thank you.
Yes, so Oliver is the man to look after all the entrepreneurship requirements in Dubai through the CV Labs.
Yes, and they created an environment that is very entrepreneurship friendly. So you have a full portfolio of service provider who take you from A to C, yeah, and CV Labs is one of these service providers together with the DMCC. So what we're issuing or we service our customers is the licenses, the office spaces, Also the network, we're trying to support them in different purposes. And I think this makes Dubai to a very unique a place for entrepreneurs.
That's a great thing you mentioned. The government of Dubai, the leadership of Dubai is very entrepreneurship friendly. The entrepreneurship is in the DNA of those early Gulf settlers who were trading with other nations nearby. Sam, you've been a very long resident in Dubai. And fun fact about Sam, he invented a new sport. And for that sport, he received an award from His Highness Sheikh Mohammed. We're not going to talk about the sport, but let's talk about this connection between the entrepreneurship and the government, UAE government, Dubai leadership. We can talk about other countries in the Gulf or in the Middle East. What do you see that? How entrepreneurs are supported? How the entrepreneurship leadership, how entrepreneurship efforts are supported by the leadership?
Wow. I was fascinated because I enjoy a woman to be on stage and lead us, you know, and it's very refreshing seeing otherwise only gentlemen. And thank you for moderating this and give us the guidance where we have to talk.
Well, thank you for participating.
And look, the government, these two gentlemen will talk about, because this is protocol now. I can't do it. They are original locals. So, but I can give you a little bit of a story of mine. I came to Dubai 20 years ago. So there was almost nothing, and now you see what happened, which is a great, great development. But I advise everybody who comes to Dubai, you should not come to Dubai to try to make money out of Dubai. Dubai is a platform to make money through Dubai. Dubai is a great, great opportunity of facilitating opportunities. So when you talk about, for example, the invention of the beach polo I did 2004, because in Dubai, they believed in it, the government supported me, His Highness the Crown Prince was our patronage, they gave me the platform and we exported to the rest of the world. So what is there in Dubai is you should not dig for gold, you should dig for opportunities. The platforms are great, that's why CV Labs is a great platform now to be part of it, and I'm honored to be on the advisory board as well, because it's going to offer you new opportunities, which we are doing here right now is a game-changing revolution within the Industry 4.0. So we have a piece of cake to be part of it. And the first time ever in history of industry that anybody can have a chance to be part of the piece of cake. Because before it was only guided by the big guys. Now, small guys like us, I mean, I'm the smallest guy of all of you, so even we have a chance to do so. So if you leverage it on the right way, you can actually manifest it in the real world, in the digital world, whatever you want to call it, but you have a chance. And Dubai offers a great chance, but Dubai is not the only place. This is what people misunderstand.
Absolutely.
We have Saudi, is huge. We have Abu Dhabi, we have the neighbor countries. Egypt is massive in business, you know, but it's completely not seen. It's not on the radar. You have Qatar, you have Bahrain. You know, we have in excess of 386 million people. 386 million people within the region.
MENA region.
Out of Dubai. And you have the best airline in the world to take you everywhere one stop. And they're not making it complicated to fly. So what I'm trying to say is, when you come to Dubai, it's a great platform. You have a peace of mind to be creative, but you have to respect two rules, the written ones and the non-written ones. The non-written ones are the experiences, but you need to learn from others. That's why we are here, you know. And Saeed and Jafar, they will tell you a little bit more about how it works with the government and obviously in organization ways of how it's being guided by the government. But from my point of view, I can tell you it was the best thing I've experienced because I got to know the world in Dubai. And Dubai is one of the hardest markets to survive, and I'm there since 20 years. And if you make it in Dubai and you learn out of it what you have done, you can do business everywhere in the world.
Okay, so while Sam and I are still to agree on the population of the MENA region, Jafar, do you mind giving us a few words on what the government of the governments in the Middle East, particularly the government of UAE is doing, or the government of Dubai is doing in terms of adoption of the blockchain, and how can the wonderful entrepreneurs who are in our audience participate in those government programs or the initiatives? How can we've got several protocols, how can they leverage themselves and participate in the government initiatives?
Of course. I think UAE's government has offered a very good environment for especially for the crypto community to come and set a base for them here in the UAE. Of course, with the support of CV Labs, that what they're doing in the crypto center in Dubai has been very helpful. What the government now is working on is mainly educating the people on the blockchain technology. I think with the support of Smart Dubai and their initiative, the blockchain strategy has set the ground rules for every single company or every single protocol to come in to Dubai and do business, basically. Ever since this initiative came out, it was in 2016, they have been working on almost 24 use cases across the government. Two of the most important use cases, I would say, is the one with the Department of Economic Development, and they have managed to restructure their KYC compliance based on blockchain, just to make sure that they deliver quality data of customers to the other government entities. Because as you know, in Dubai, when you want to establish a license that has something to do with the healthcare or has something to do with other sectors, you have to take the special approval from other government entities. So they wanted to create this line where it can be a seamless process between the departments and could update and upload data and documents based on the client and have a very seamless process in that aspect. The second one, which is pretty much the most interesting use case to me, is with the Ministry of Health and Prevention, and they wanted to do a protocol or a blockchain-based solution to track organs and create a safe, transparent, and probably a secure transplant organ process. Of course, that includes securing and verifying the organ's origin, where is it coming from, and just to limit illegal trading of organs within the healthcare system. So I believe it's very important to raise awareness on the blockchain technology now in those use cases for the governments to know how is it exactly working and how can we improve it along the years. And the second step is to, of course, educate the public on the crypto trading and on the blockchain as a technology, and maybe enroll this as an educational curriculum in the universities one day. So this is where the government is going, and this is where we want to head. And of course, through this support and the partnership with Casper Labs, I believe we're working on really good use cases that will add a lot of value to the UAE.
Saeed, you're the managing director of Casper Labs. You're also advisor to CV Labs and founder of Shisha Finance, a very busy man, also known as DeFi Sheikh. So once you are in the UAE, and if you're looking for DeFi Sheikh, you will find Saeed. What do you have to add from the enterprise point of view? Casper Labs is working with enterprise solutions. They're working with government solutions. Are there really interesting enterprise solutions coming out of the Middle East? Any initiatives you want to mention, any particular use cases you want to bring, and how can the rest of the Crypto Valley participate in those initiatives?
Yeah, so I think I won't specify names, but we've signed a couple of MOUs with very significant government entities and a family office or a family group out of Saudi Arabia, which is one of the top 5 family groups. We have had a lot of discussions with a lot of different public sector entities and also private sector entities. And I think we're at a stage now where we are about to sign a couple of clients over the next few months. So I think there's a lot of very interesting use cases that can be worked on, and that, you know, potentially Casper blockchain can be used to build those use cases on. That's our main, you know, ambition, is to actually have a success story, maybe first in the UAE and then in the wider MENA region. And once we have a success story, then I think, especially with the public sector and the government entities in the UAE, it's a much easier conversation to have with potential clients, because at least you can say you have a live use case which is implemented and successful and has no issues. But when you're coming in to the conversation, we've only launched the mainnet end of March this year. So, they ask you for a live use case which is implemented, but at the moment we're kind of at the MVP stage on several projects that we are undergoing, and eventually we will get to full implementation, but the real test is actually going through from a proof of concept to MVP and then final implementation. You need to get it right the first time because the type of clients that you have, it's very sensitive data, very important to the population, so you want to get it right the first time. So I think we've had to, adjust expectations. People think that you're going to come in and do great things within a few months and everything will be great. But I think, education first is important, and that's the kind of conversations that we've had to do. We've had to educate them and show them that, these specific use cases they're looking at do have benefits to society and to the country. So, that's interesting conversations that are happening. And I think there is a lot of potential for enterprise adoption in the UAE and in the MENA region. All of them are emerging countries. They need to use emerging technologies in order to bridge the gap between them and developed countries in the world. So I think we still have a lot of catching up to do. I think when it comes to opportunities and challenges in the Middle East, it all lies in that blockchain technology and cryptocurrencies is still very new to the UAE and very new to the Middle East. And I think the ecosystem still needs to grow. So the opportunities are that you can be part of the, the building layer, the building blocks of the infrastructure and the ecosystem if you come in now. Obviously, the challenges are that because it's a new market and there's no clear guidelines and no clear pathway to how you can go about and do your business, then I think that's also a challenge. But if you do the right research and, you have the right people that are supporting you, then you can find the way through.
We certainly have really wonderful opportunities in the Middle East. Very young population, very high penetration of mobile devices. And if we exclude Israel out of the Middle Eastern countries, out of the MENA countries, then we have really bad math, like 14 to 19% of the population is banked. So potentially we have this huge population which is to be banked. So if you're offering, crypto wallets and crypto payment services, which is a great opportunity. Now, if anybody were to listen to us now, everything's so wonderful and so rosy. The government is so supportive. CV Labs is providing all the help, and the population is lining up to purchase your goods and services. What are the challenges? Is it really that rosy? And if it is so rosy, why hundreds and hundreds of companies are set up in Crypto Valley? Why we don't have homegrown hundreds and hundreds of crypto companies in Dubai, for example? Oliver, as a recent immigrant to Dubai, what challenges do you see from the ecosystem point of view? Is it the tech talent? Is it talent at all? Is it service providers? Is it banking? What do you see as the most challenging to navigate?
I mean, Dubai is a very young country and it just started developing. So if I'm looking back, first time when I've been there in 99 and look to today, they have made a huge impact of growing in all different kinds of areas. Of course, this kind of countries does.
You're not that young.
Yeah, no, I'm not that young.
Age is relative, by the way.
Yeah, but anyway, if you're looking also to the region, how the countries has been developed over the last years, they put a lot of efforts in technology and innovations. Of course, nothing is perfect. But they're trying to make it perfect for entrepreneurs and people who are trying to immigrate to Dubai, because the COVID crisis show also up their weakness in the system. The weakness in the system was it was only based on tourism finally and the financial sector, and they said, okay, good, how we can diversify this portfolio. And if I look how long, let's say, Europe or other countries trying to make a regulation about crypto and blockchain, look how fast they've been. They decided, and half a year later, you have already a kind of regulation. It's not perfect, yes, but you can work on it and you can trust it. It's reliable. And I think that's especially what makes this region so special and unique. It's, of course, you have a demand of human capital. You have a demand of developing and banking and other sections. But what makes it really unique is the opportunities and the challenges. must be in balance. Yeah?
Of course, if it was easy, everybody would do
if
that.
If there's no chance, if there's no risk, it's no chance.
Absolutely.
So you have to balance both, and the region balanced this in such kind of way that is very opportunistic and very friendly for entrepreneurs.
Sam, what do you have to add? I'm sure you have something to add to this.
Look, what is the difference between the Middle East / GCC countries and Europe? When you have to make a change, you have to ask in Europe, half of the country, can we go for it or not? That will take 10 years, even to build a tunnel. In Dubai, they build the tunnel, then they ask, is it okay or should we make a new one? So that's the difference. And we have a leadership which you can trust because they are business-minded and they make a decision. And I think we did a couple of wrong decisions, but we correct them as well, okay? And we learn out of the experience. So the speed of time in which we live now is now actually requesting for the people that can make a quick decision. And we have that in the whole region, okay? And we have a young leadership because the following generation, they're full active, they're full spot on, they know what they want. And they're not going anymore sideways. Even Saudi, they used to go sideways in their leadership. They went downside. So the new crown prince was actually running almost the country. I mean, this guy visited in the first 1 year of his job, correct me if I'm wrong, he visited all the top fintech companies and new tech digital companies and Facebooks of the world. He went to every single one of them and had a meeting with his delegation. He didn't do head of state visits. He went to the businesses, he went to the mega brands, and he invited all of them to come and to give their knowledge and pay them a lot, and now their knowledge is parked in our region.
Are you talking about the Crown Prince of Saudi?
Sorry?
Are you talking about Crown Prince of Saudi?
Saudi now, but the UAE started it earlier. So actually they're learning from each other how the process could be, because the success story is Dubai, Abu Dhabi, UAE, and now Saudi is proving the same. Qatar is doing as well in the same direction. Because they have a leadership, they engage in business, they motivate business, and they want their own people to succeed on the same platform. Since the population of each country is pretty small, especially in UAE, for example, the cake is big enough to be shared with people coming from abroad and have the equal, and main legally and as well business-wise, equally the right to be successful. And the last thing is you get honored and recognized. Me and a foreigner, I got really the highest order of merit you can actually achieve, and I was surprised to get it. It had even a prize money. I wish I put it in Bitcoin at that time. But what I want to say is, if you're a local or stranger, foreigner, whatever, you get equally recognized, you get equally the same platform, you have equally the same chances, and you will get equally as well punished.
Absolutely, that I absolutely agree with. As a young professional, when you come to Dubai in particularly, because that's my experience, if you're willing to work hard and if you're willing to deliver and you stick to your promises, you can go very far, very quick, for sure. Saeed, can you share some opportunities as a founder of a DeFi project? Can you share some opportunities with the potential founders who are in the room and who are watching us and they're thinking about moving to the Middle East and opening Middle East as the market opportunity? Can you share from their point of view of attracting new customers, attracting users to your projects? Because it's all wonderful to have wonderful projects, it's all wonderful to have wonderful supporting government, but if nobody comes to your DeFi projects and you have cricket singing on your platform, that's not going to work very well. So 600 million people, plus or minus, very high penetration of mobile devices, and very few people are banked. How is that opening an opportunity for DeFi projects, for crypto payment projects? How can that be leveraged?
I think Ralph said that there's about more than 50 people who attended the CV summit from Dubai, so that's great to hear. And ultimately, what Dubai lacks compared to Europe and other developed countries is just the experience and the talent and the locally sourced talent to work on the technology itself. So I think it's still very early days, and I think if you're on the development side of business as well, I think it's a good time to actually enter the market in the UAE and the region. In terms of DeFi specifically, I mean, I think Shisha Finance, which is the DeFi platform that we launched 4 months ago, to my mind is the only DeFi platform that's originated from the UAE. But there are opportunities for projects and developers and people that have really great ideas to actually set that up in Dubai and start it up in Dubai. But there's other jurisdictions where it's much more clearer, especially on the token issuance side of things. So I think having an entity which is like the operating entity in the UAE, and then having another entity that's linked to it, which has the token side of jurisdiction and regulation around that, is the way forward right now. But I think when ESCA and the central bank when they come up with clear guidelines and regulation around crypto assets and DeFi as well, then I think that will be the right time and things will really pick up. But it's always good to be early, I think. You know, you have to study the situation, study the environment.
Stake your ground in Dubai. Come with your stake. And another thing which we probably should mention is zero taxes in the UAE. Zero, absolutely nothing. No capital gains taxes, no personal taxes, no corporate taxes. So if that's something that you're worried about from the Europe point of view, please do consider moving to Dubai. Jafar, with the adoption of the blockchain technology and other emerging technology by the governments, surely it does not just happen overnight. Surely the challenge is the process that it takes, the explanation that you need to take, and also integration with the legacy systems. How would you, what advice would you have if we have some entrepreneurs watching us who want to deal with the governments and with the regulators, with government entities within the Middle East? How much patience will basically people need to have, and what resources they need to have their technology adopted?
The main, well, it starts before the process. It starts with the connection, right? I think the connections is the most important thing. Having a strategic partner who can educate those entrepreneurs on how to do business in Dubai and how to meet the right people and how to pitch the right pitch to based on the culture of the Middle East and based on their understanding of how to do business, right? So I would say this is the number one element that any entrepreneur or a project or a company wants to tap into Dubai. Having a strategic partner is very important. Number two, one of the challenges that I wanted to add on what was said before is the transition between a fully centralized country to a decentralized system, I would say. I think it shouldn't happen on just a one-time transition. I think it should happen based on stages. Baby step the government entities through this. As we said, it's a new technology, especially when it comes to central banks and the IFC and the DFSA. I think it will play a huge role to meet the government halfway and help them to regulate the guidelines of trading assets or digitizing assets. So,
and of course, if people want to have a trusted partner in the Middle East and in the UAE, they can reach out to you directly.
Definitely.
They can reach out to Lead Ventures that you
Of course.
represent. And I will have to cut you here. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much for your wisdom and your thoughts. And everybody who's in the audience, you can reach out to every single panelist. They're going to hang around for a little bit and ask any particular questions that you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I say?
Sam, you're always trouble, man. Every time.
I'm known for it, but listen, I need to say something, guys. I'm here since 3 days, and I've visited a lot of conferences, okay? I have to give a huge compliment, first of all, to the production team in behind.
Absolutely.
We never had a sound issue. We have a perfect screen production, and I have to give a huge compliment on this production company. I'm coming from the events industry. What these guys are doing, especially sound guy, he's a magician, by the way. So a big compliment for the organization. You see the labs teams, perfectly managed. No, seriously. You get updated, you get the emails. I mean, too many COVID emails, but that's okay. But otherwise, really updated, really professional, and this is really second to none. You're almost good as Dubai.
Woo! All right. Off you go. Thank you. Really quickly, pop quiz right now, seeing who's paying attention. One benefit to moving to Dubai. Just someone stand up and tell me one positive thing about moving to Dubai. Go on. No tax? Here we go. One challenge about working in the Middle East. Someone? Time zone? If you're in LA, I guess. Here we go. You ready? You're gonna have to pass this. You're gonna have to pass this all the way to the back. Here we go. Almost. It's a soft toy. It doesn't fly. It's a unicorn that does not fly. Okay, so we now have the wonderful Philip, who we did talk about, right? He used to be managing director of the World Economic Forum. He is now the chairman of the advisory board for CVVC. And the reason he's doing that is he's been pushing this whole conversation about Industry 4.0 for a while. Top politician here in Germany, in the Ministry of Economy and Technology. I think I got all that right. Please welcome Philip.
Ah, buddy.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan. Ladies and gentlemen, warm welcome from my end as well. So, as mentioned, my name is Philip. I'm now with CVVC. I'm here the chairman of the advisory board. Prior to this, I was managing director at the World Economic Forum, the guys organizing Davos. And prior to that role, or even to that life, I was a German politician, Minister of Economics and Technology, and Vice Chancellor. And as such, I was responsible for driving forward and executing our idea of Industry 4.0. The concept is easy to explain, you all know them. It's to bring together the classical economy, industry on the one hand, and the digital business and industry on the other hand. So that was our idea. But friends, it's still 8 years ago. And what happened since? Would you say that, oh, great, so they have a huge achievement and everything is digitalized in Germany, is fantastic, so machinery, automobile industry, done? Unfortunately not. So that explains the results of my election, and that's the reason why I'm here now. But no, seriously, I think it demonstrates really the challenge of bringing new technologies, which is full of innovations, to the classical, sometimes sort of conservative industry, family business, German Mittelstand, or German language Mittelstand. So that is a real challenge. And if we talk about digitalization, that's one thing. Now we are talking about blockchain. And I'm not that sure if every leader in the German industry has totally understood what digitalization means. I'm pretty sure that's even more worse when it comes to blockchain technologies. But the good news is, now we are here. We are here in Switzerland, and we are here in Zug. And as I think you discussed over the last 2 days already, I think here in Switzerland is an excellent legal framework in place with the Swiss Blockchain and Distributed Ledger Act, because the regulation is not that much. And this gives you some opportunities, some space, if not even talk about freedom, to develop your own ideas, your own technologies. So the legal framework is nice, that's good. The second is, here, particularly in Switzerland, but also in Zug, we have a lot of blockchain companies like you, but we have also the classical industry we were just talking about. We have here Siemens, Siemens Healthineers, we have Metal Zug, we have other industry companies. So we have the right customer base for all those who have industry-related solutions in blockchain. And in addition to this, we have a bunch of young entrepreneurs here in the room, but also around in the entire valley, in the entire region of Zug, and also in other places of Switzerland, which are nice as well. And you have the right mindset, even on administrative level. So I once met a civil servant, and I've seen a lot of civil servants in my recent past, but this was a Swiss guy here in Zug. And I said, oh, I would like to ask you for some favor to do something for our companies, for our young entrepreneurs, for our startups. And he said, of course I will do. Because I'm a civil servant of the canton in Zug. So if your companies are successful, they will pay taxes. Tax is not first and foremost my topic in my party direction, however. And with the taxes, they will pay my salary. So if you are happy, I will be happy either. And that's the reason why I would like to support you and help you as much as possible. And this kind of mindset in the administration is, on a global scale, quite rare. So it's nice to have it here in Zug, and you can count on a nice, super nice environment, if not even ecosystem, in Switzerland, in Zug. You have the political level together, you have the business, the industry, the young entrepreneurs, the civil society, the youth. Everything is in your favor. And so I think we are not alone fighting for digitalization and for blockchain and more blockchain in industry. What we should do is to have more meetings, not among ourselves, more from the south. We need even some different counterparts and stakeholders here in the room. We need some industry representatives. I cannot see you that much because of the light, but who here is not blockchain related, but industry related here in the room? Hands up. At least 6. Oh no, it's not that bad. 7, 8. Sometimes better in much polls. But having said this, we need more from you guys. Here in the room, in the workshops, talking together with the young entrepreneurs. And we need understanding. What do you need for your industry? What kind of solutions are you asking for? Blockchain-based. For industry like Siemens Healthineers, whatever. And there are multiple opportunities. But we should know from each other. Where's the need, the demand on the industry side, and the opportunities for supply on the entrepreneur side, the blockchain side. And our job, now I see my boss, the CEO of CVVC, so it's from us to bring you guys together. We have seen the international level, we have offices in Dubai, as you know, in the far away big country like Liechtenstein. And our idea is not only to help you to internationalize, but to come to others, to the other industries. To bring together Industry 4.0, because everything which should be digitalized will be digitalized once, and everything which needs blockchain should get some blockchain solutions. And we will make sure that this will happen together with you guys. And before Dan will throw me out, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, so we went from an emotional plea to do something to now an actual solution. The CFO of Casper Labs is going to try to convince you why they are future-proofing solutions in blockchain for enterprise and how they're doing that. Please welcome the wonderful Daniel. Enjoy.
Hi everyone, my name is Dan Morfords. I'm the CFO of Casper Labs, and I'm going to talk about Casper Labs today. I was rushing in, and I almost was a bit concerned to be too late, because I met on the way two guys who were very interested in Casper Labs and to build on it, or basically on the Casper network. So I quickly gave my pitch and gave them the full download, and also mentioned that everything is developed on Rust. And then one was business guy, the other was a dev. So the business guy looks over to the dev and he says, well, how quickly do you think we could start? Like, what does that Rust mean? And he looks back and says, yeah, probably beginning of next week. And then the smile on their faces was just very bright. So that shows Rust is just a very easy solution, and for like everybody who is already in Web 2 and is programming there, very easy to pick up. And so I don't know whether they've already decided to now go with the Casper networks, but it for sure was a very nice impression to see on their faces when I saw them. But now let's jump right into the presentation. I see I was already a bit ahead of myself. So Casper Labs has the vision to unleash human potential by empowering every organization and individual to collaborate and share information. And in more detail, that means that we lead the era of distributed computing by giving every organization access to state-of-the-art technology and services. So blockchain is already there. It is the solution. And according to PwC, 84% of all large enterprises already are developing or at least experimenting, using, evaluating, testing on blockchain. Now, however, most current implementations build on existing Web3 technology, which will require replacement. And most would be enterprise blockchain projects that continue to face a number of persistent challenges. This is because blockchains are forced to make trade-offs that prevent them from simultaneously achieving enterprise level, which is decentralization, security, scalability. However, compromises in any of these three factors can potentially put businesses at risk. And these enterprise users therefore need a blockchain solution that effectively solves what we call the blockchain trilemma, and I'm sure most of you are already familiar with that, of security, scalability, and decentralization, while also addressing several key issues impeding real-world enterprise blockchain adoption. We are a proof-of-stake blockchain, and that even has more advantages. At the beginning, we just focused on the two pillars at the left, decentralization and security, because if you have any flaws there, and then what does scalability still matter? You can get as fast as you want. If you don't have security or decentralization, it doesn't really matter anymore. So we started off there, optimized for those two, and still we're very, very fast. And then at the same time, still energy efficient. Proof of stake, like in comparison to proof of work, 90% can be saved since proof of work, like the power goes into generating random numbers, the hashes, and they are not used any further after this. Proof of stake doesn't have that problem, hence the energy can directly be assigned at work for something else, namely computing transactions. It is worth taking a look at Ethereum 3.0, and this is just to illustrate where we are currently at. We really like Ethereum, we're learning from them, they're learning from us, and so this is just the roadmap to better understand Casper's development and core differentiators. Notice that while the CBC Casper specification was created in 2017, there was no real progress since then on F by implementing the CBC Casper, which is on the very left. And this is because Ethereum protocol is incomplete in the sense that it only provides proofs for safety, but not for liveness. Safety refers to the immutability or reversibility of blocks, whereas liveness means protocol will continue to produce blocks. So even if there is a minor attack, the validators can carry on. And it took Dr. Daniel Kane, who is PhD, MIT, Harvard, researcher from our team to complete the research on liveness. Daniel created the proofs, and for the only provably safe and live CBC Casper variant, the highway protocol, which is implemented by Casper, we went live in March this year. It was done by the Casper Association, while Casper Labs developed everything and handed it over. So today, the highway protocol is the only complete CBC Casper variant, and it has been published openly and shared with the Ethereum research. We completed the research, then directly went to work to implement everything, and of course, performed the full audit of the code, the math paper, to ensure that the code at the end also reflects everything that is in it. The CBC methodology is basically provable by math first, then code, then verification. And as a next step, our colleague Matt Doty, who joined us several months ago, who is also, by the way, the author of ETHhash, also intends to formally model the highway in K framework and release that as well. So the difference, what we've created and where Ethereum today is staggering, and we are the only layer 1 and core protocol that transparently published the consensus protocol audit and it was conducted by Trail of Bits. And looking at the bottom right of the roadmap, notice that Ether 3.0 is comprised of pure CBC Casper plus WASM. So in other words, Ethereum themselves know that they need to make the changes we at Casper already made. And the bottom line of all that is that most people are excited about the Ethereum network not because of what it aims to become, but not of what it is today. Casper is already there. So what are the main issues with blockchain? Blockchain is a first-generation technology. Bitcoin invented crypto economics in 2009. Ethereum added the Turing-complete computation in 2014. And because Bitcoin and Ethereum were the first ones, well, they just have a significant brand recognition and adoption. But that doesn't necessarily mean that their technology is better. So we distilled the problems of the first-gen blockchains into 4 categories. So there's scale without sacrifice, we have low risk, easy to use, sustainable costs, future-proof, and many projects are seeking now to leave other layer 1 solutions because these core issues. It's simply not sustainable with other layer 1 solutions. And through this presentation, I will show you how at Casper we are reimagining the blockchain for enterprises by addressing all of these issues and more. So there are a lot of tangible reasons to support Casper is truly the first future-proof enterprise-ready blockchain. First off, the Casper network is specifically designed to make it easier for enterprise users to build, test, deploy blockchain-enabled applications alongside their existing tech stack. And in addition to solving the blockchain trilemma of scalability, security, and decentralization from day one, Casper also allows for flexible network deployments. As enterprises, so you and your clients, you change, you grow, and we can respond to your users and your evolving needs. Furthermore, unlike most blockchains, will require developers, as I mentioned at the beginning, Web3 specific programming languages. Casper supports building in Rust and WebAssembly, and that tremendously facilitates everything. It lowers the barriers for adoption, and you can easily learn it if you don't know yet in weeks, and it doesn't take years. All of these features are designed not only to provide the most robust yet flexible on-chain environment, but also to make it as easy as possible for businesses and other organizations to start building on Casper. We also believe that providing the option of a white glove service approach to onboarding and client support is essential when you're building something that is meant to last. Imagine being stuck with some ramifications of a code defect forever. So there is a need to have the possibility to update. Maybe not the best example, but if you think about, if you're working on Microsoft, probably over the past year you did multiple updates. Hopefully it went well, but you never had to reset your own machine, hopefully. And this is exactly what Casper also allows. So you are basically stuck currently in Ethereum because they're immutable and require some serious workarounds in order to upgrade. In contrast, the Casper contracts can be fully upgradable, complete with data migration, or if you choose to, also immutable, depending on what you need. This is the core component of Casper Network, since we believe that blockchain is a part of a larger application architecture. Meta, our CTO, she is already up for a long time in business. She went through multiple tech companies, and she knows what enterprises need and how they're built. And Casper addresses exactly that. This means that smart contracts must be upgradable and versioned in order to meet these changing customer requirements. This means also that Casper smart contract upgrades bypass the need for complex migration processes, which makes it easier to patch any potential smart contract vulnerabilities in case there would be any over time. So in other words, the history on blockchain should be immutable, but the future should remain flexible as needs arise, and Casper is doing everything possible to make this easier. Now, let's dig a bit deeper into how customers are using blockchain. One of the key usability issues with blockchain is how effectively manage different user accounts and their respective access permissions. In most blockchains, account settings are pretty basic. Any special access control feature you want needs to be created with contract code, which makes your contract code more complicated, hard to query, and the public blockchain also expensive to run. However, Casper accounts provide a wide range of capabilities through the use of weighted keys, which makes it easier for larger teams to effectively manage the development and release of multi-party business processes. These weighted keys can be set up to endow each user with a varying degree of permission, which allows enterprises then to set up on-chain staff interactions that match what they are authorized to do in the office. And this is especially relevant for permissioned and semi-permissioned blockchain iterations built on Casper network. So in short, while one of the blockchain's key tenets is decentralization, this feature is only selectively applicable to most enterprise users. In order to build valuable service on blockchain is essential, we enable businesses to retain many of your core organizational structures and decision-making processes that have served you well over the years. What we're especially proud of is the fact that Casper has effectively solved the blockchain trilemma from day one. And at the end of the day, what matters most is how we bridge the existing gap between legacy business landscape and the emerging world of blockchain. And this is key priority for Casper Labs. White glove access to our service offerings specifically geared towards helping our enterprise users solve your critical business challenges and stay one step ahead of your competition, enable you to do this, whether you're looking to build a private, public, or hybrid blockchain environment. A testament to our efforts is that we are trusted by over 50 other service providers, startups around the world, including also AWS, which has been announced 1-2 weeks ago. And the Casper Network's unique capabilities enable a broad range of enterprise partners, a broad range of industry applications that we have with several partners in various industries. And I'd like to go a bit deeper with 2 use cases and then as well 2 partnerships. The first one is IPV. Effective patent and IP management is a major priority for many businesses, and we're happy to say that earlier this year, IPV partnered up with us to create a simpler yet more effective approach to patent ownership verification. And even better is that we'll be live very, very soon, probably still this week, and this is majorly exciting. IPV is the world's first global patent market that combines the information and tools to identify, research, evaluate, and transact patents. And IPV's innovative chain of custody solution will use the Casper public blockchain to store, secure, trace patent data with the goal of improving the speed and reliability of patent ownership verification process for organizations around the world. This is, by the way, also a case where the client started using another layer 1 protocol to build the solution, but then effectively changed to Casper Labs since the initial solution was just not delivering what he was looking for. And there we jumped in, provided the solution, and built it in a very fast manner. The second one is a nice case for the connoisseurs of whiskey among you. So Metacask is building the world's first NFT marketplace for whiskey cask investments on the Casper network. We're really excited about this case, not only because it is very tangible and it provides a very good story, but it is also majorly challenging. And let me go a bit more into detail why that is. The use case per se, so it's a marketplace for alcohol. So there's already regulations in place that we need to take into consideration. But then it is also that we have one smart contract for NFT for the barrel, where the whiskey is in, then one additional one for the art on the barrel, and then there is a KYC token itself, something that we do in collaboration with Civic's AI-powered identity verification tool. And this is another smart contract. So there's 3 layers. And Metacask selected Casper Labs as its blockchain partner just because Casper network is superior in performance, enterprise scalability, and operational costs. This collaboration will help modernize the sale and ownership of whiskey casks, deliver transparency in these investments provenance, and the possession. And this approach can be directly applied to a wider range of other asset-backed NFT use cases. So in case you want to do this solution, we could probably be even faster than we were with Metacask. Talking about collaborations, so the like before the last speaker, before Philip, there was the panel about UAE. We entered a partnership with SJM, which is the owner of SJM is His Highness Sheikh Juma bin Maktoum Al Maktoum, and it has been announced earlier this year in June. It is an innovative partnership from Casper Labs, Lead Ventures, where we also had Jafar on the panel, to promote the adoption of Casper's chain technology in UAE, but then also throughout Africa, North Africa and Middle East. And that shows that it's not only focused on enterprise, but of course we can also do government solutions. And that also again in various sectors. So we're currently looking at digital financial instruments, supply chain, payment infrastructure, real estate, education, you name it. What we need to do very well is now prioritize those different sectors. The other collaboration we have with BSN in China, the National Blockchain Initiative, partnered with Casper Labs to promote Web3 globally. And Casper was chosen over other layer 1 blockchains due to its developer-friendly features. Here it is again, network flexibility and fast yet secure transaction capabilities. The partnership is intended to help enable the digital Silk Road, as they call it, and help BSN play a leading role within the emerging digital economy of the future. Now, without question, Bitcoin and Ethereum were revolutionary. They opened up an entire new industry, but they're first-generation technologies. So Bitcoin 2009, Ethereum 2014. Since then, a great deal has been learned about what businesses and consumers need from blockchain technology. And in the end, the most important factor for enterprise users is which project is best in the market and not which one has been first. And the space needs to innovate. We decided that we would participate in this way. The world is changing at an ever-accelerating pace. Businesses must learn how to adapt or perish. And currently, we have a corporate longevity that is around 15 to 20 years. So while you should be excited about all the opportunities the future holds, the best thing to do is figure out how to future-proof your operations and from a meaningful, mutually beneficial collaboration across a broader range of industries and stakeholders. While there are a number of blockchain projects which offer interesting, but maybe ultimately incomplete solutions for businesses today, Casper is the first future-proof, enterprise-ready blockchain capable of supporting the complexities of a true real-world adoption. And I'll be in the lobby, happy to talk more about that with you, either just to continue our client relationship, or if you're not yet a client, to figure out how we want to do this. Thank you very much.
All right, Daniel. Thank you.
Thanks.
So with that, grab Daniel and all the other speakers over tea and coffee. I don't even know if they serve tea and coffee outside. I think just wine. So enjoy their fruits and wine. We're talking about blockchain and trade when we come back. See you soon.
Oh, wow.
Check. Now you hear me. Excellent. Okay, super. So welcome to part 2 of our final day here. We have a good one. We're going to be talking about blockchain and trade. We'll also be talking about blockchain and insurance, blockchain and digital identities, blockchain and a lot of different applications. That's why we're here. So come on in. Come on in. Come to the front. Yes, put the flashlight on because it is dark in here. It's like a movie theater, right? Super dark on the way in. So come on in and have a seat. Let's get going. I'm really excited about our first speaker. She's wonderful. It's her first time here at CV Summit. So please give her a very warm applause once I'm done introducing her because she has got a phenomenal background. She's been listed as one of the most inspirational women in trade and trade finance. Top 10 most innovative leaders revamping the future in 2021. She's on the governing board of the ICC Digital Standards Initiative. She wrote a book in 2018 called Can Blockchain Revolutionize International Trade? Which is why it makes sense that she should talk about that. She's the senior analyst for the Economic Research Department of the WTO. We're very fortunate, very grateful to have this incredible woman. Please put your hands together for the incredible Emanuela.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and delighted to be talking to real people and not a screen for once. So let me talk about blockchain for trade and the potential of this technology for trade and how we can make it happen. Now, last week, I went to the office and found on my desk the copy of a letter sent to our Director General by a small business from the UK, a stockist of bar and restaurant furniture that imports furniture from Asia, essentially, and the Middle East. And this letter was a cry of alarm. It was a call for help. Why? Because supply chain and transport disruptions caused by the current pandemic have reached a new level over the past few months, over the past few weeks, and they're jeopardizing the business of this small company. Now, even in the best of times, it is very complex for companies to participate in international trade, in particular small businesses. It's complex for them to access the required information. There are complex procedures to deal with, very labor, paper-intensive processes, and we heard it actually during the first panel this afternoon. Many different players involved, importer, exporter, the banks, the customs, different government agencies, the shipper, ocean carrier, etc. And many of these stakeholders work in silos. It's also very difficult for companies to access trade finance, very cumbersome processes, and this primarily affects small and medium-sized enterprises. And unfortunately, the current pandemic has brought these challenges to a new level. The pandemic has shown that agile supply chains are essential. You need to be able to pivot very quickly, find new suppliers. It has shown that tracking is vital. It's important to know the journey of a product along the supply chain to ensure that this product is not a counterfeit, for example, to get to know where it comes from. And consumers are also asking for it. They want to take informed decisions. But it has also shown that going digital is a matter of survival for many companies. We saw many companies pivoting online because they had no other choice because of the lockdowns. We saw banks going digital, expanding their digital channels, expanding the use of e-signatures. And actually, before the pandemic, I was talking to a banker once, and he was telling me that they had been discussing the recognition of e-signatures for like 18 months, and we're getting nowhere. When the pandemic hit, in 3 weeks, they had to put it in place. Why? Because they had no choice. They had no one in the office, no one to print documents, no one to sign the paper copies, to sign the documents. But they had to keep trade flowing. So the pandemic has really shown the importance of trade digitalization. But trade digitalization is not easy. How do you ensure that data has not been tampered with and that the data can be trusted? How do you ensure that an electronic trade document, like a bill of lading, for example, which is a critical document in international trade because it proves ownership of the goods, It's a document of title. How do you ensure that this document is not going to be used twice for financing, for example, as was recently the case in Asia, causing massive fraud scandals? How do you ensure that the multiple players that are involved in an international trade transaction work together and that we break existing silos? In spite of decades of efforts to digitize trade documents, we still have a long way to go. Guess what the adoption rate of an electronic bill of lading is? You have some very active companies who have been working on it for decades, as I said. It's 0.1%. Yes, you heard it right, 0.1%. So there's clearly a long way to go. And that's where blockchain comes in because of its unique characteristics. And I know that I'm preaching here to the converted, so I won't spend a lot of time on that. But the unique capabilities of blockchain are truly interesting for international trade because it allows for peer-to-peer interaction in quasi-real time in a highly secure environment. What you see is what I see. The records are time-stamped, they are linked to one another, allowing for traceability. And so it allows for what I call the holy trinity of blockchain: transparency, traceability, and trust. And I know that previous panels have already touched upon that. Now, to get a better understanding of the benefits of blockchain for trade, I did a survey with a co-author, Deepesh Patel of Trade Finance Global, of actors having developed DLT solutions for trade. And the top three were greater transparency between the different stakeholders or actors, gain in speed and efficiency, and a real-time overview of transactions. So a very interesting potential, and it's therefore not surprising that there are so many projects that have emerged in the trade field. And we've tried to map them with Trade Finance Global to get a better understanding of what's out there. And we focused really on the trade digitalization aspect, digitization of trade documents and digitalization of trade processes. And you can see the results here on the screen. This is a periodic table that we published in 2020 with a different project related to trade finance, KYC, insurance, digitization of trade documents, transportation logistics, and some other projects. Now, the good news is that the number of projects has been increasing. We published the first periodic table in 2019, a second one in 2020. The number of projects in the trade digitalization space had increased from 29 to 44 projects. And we also gave a stage of maturity of these different projects on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being proof of concept stage and 5 being fully operational. And here again, we see steady progress towards digitalization from 2.3 to 3.3. So this is good news. But what the previous table also shows us is that we have a digital island problem. Why? Because these projects are built on different technologies, they have different rule books, different governance models. And this is very critical in the case of international trade, because an international trade shipment touches upon different ledgers necessarily: provenance, customs, trade finance, transportation, logistics. And so what this shows us is that this digital island problem is actually not diminishing, it's growing. So there's an urgent need to tackle interoperability issues and to develop standards and data models along the entire supply chain. And this is why I've been working very closely with the ICC in the context of the Digital Standards Initiative to try and look at the standards and data models that exist, see what exists, where are the gaps, and how we could allow for seamless exchanges of data from one end of the supply chain to the other, because this is critical if we want to digitalize trade. But we need more than that. Code needs law. And as a matter of fact, when we were asking actors in the field what they considered as the biggest challenge to deploy their DLT solutions in trade, lack of standard came as number 2, and number 1 was legal challenges, legal uncertainty. And here I'm talking about things like recognition of e-signatures, or the possibility to transfer electronic trade documents from one jurisdiction to another. UNCTRA has been doing some great work in that respect with the UNCTRA model on electronic transferable records, but only 3 jurisdictions have adopted it since 2012: Bahrain, Singapore, Abu Dhabi Global Markets. So there's still a long way to go. Governments need to step in. They need to put in place the right legal and regulatory framework to make it happen. And this requires a global effort. Why? Because trade digitalization will only be as strong as its least digitized link. So we really need to make things move on this front. And so I would like to finish with a call to action to you all. You can help. You can help by looking beyond your own sector, by following what I call a chain thinking approach. I would like to see more interaction between people in trade finance, in transportation logistics, and customs, for example, because this is how we will make it happen. And you can help by talking to your governments, to tell them about the importance of blockchain, how transformative it can be for international trade. Tell them, encourage them to put in place the right legal and regulatory framework to make it happen, and encourage them to participate in discussions in international fora, be they at the WTO, UNC trial, or UNC FACT. And my hope is that if we do so in a not too distant future, we'll be able to go back to the small UK SME and tell them, look, we made it. We made it easier for you, thanks to technology, to have greater visibility into your supply chain and to better manage your supply chain. We made it easier for you to participate in international trade. We made it easier for you to succeed. So I count on you all to help us in this endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I remember the last time I was here at CV Summit, about 2 years ago, the physical one. I was on a tram, and someone excitedly called, Dan, I got something for you. It was just a random tram in Zurich, and this wonderful Christian who's about to moderate, he's like, I got a book. I wrote a book called Life from Crypto Valley. He's one of the first in that space. It's actually really great. It was really nice to see what the ecosystem's like, and it was a nice, for me, dipping the toes as to what's actually going on over here. He's a wonderful guy. He works at NACTA, used to work for IBM and Swisscom and others. He's got a panel that he's going to be moderating on the topic of global trade and supply chain management. So please welcome Christian and his gang.
Hello, everyone, from our side, from this panel. Today, with my distinguished panelists, we are going to talk about trade and supply chain on the blockchain. We'll also put some perspective from the product authenticity and brand protection angle. So I would like to introduce the panel. I will let the panelists introduce themselves. Please introduce yourself. Who you are, what is your role, and let's start with Marco, please.
Yeah, hi, my name is Marco Cuomo. I'm working for Novartis the last 16 years. I'm an IT guy, so technical side, and the last 4 or 5 years I'm in a group called Applied Technology Innovation, where we try to bring in new technology for the company. And in this capacity, I was looking for the blockchain stuff. So I had the big chance to look for the last 4 or 5 years on blockchain without having a cool business value or case around it.
Thank you. Pierre?
So pleased to meet you. I'm working for a small startup which is 110 years old, which is called IBM. And I'm doing now blockchain for IBM in Switzerland for 4 or 5 years or so. And I'm doing 3 things primarily, supporting, the business development of blockchain in Switzerland and in the wider region. And cool not to present some of the solution that we are having, like IBM Food Trust, where we saw Farmer Connect earlier today, or people from Atomize that are using also some of our piece of work. So this is one side of my work. The other side of my work is being here on stage or in university, teaching about Hyperledger and this kind of stuff. And the third, let's say, pillar on what I'm working is trying to bring our research gurus back to the real world and working on crypto encores and trying, to bridge this physical to digital gap.
Thank you. Adrian?
Thank you, Christian. My name is Adrian. I'm working for the Swiss Post since 1.5 years, and that's as much as I work on blockchain. I'm a business guy, so I'm heading the Swiss Trust Chain and developing new business models in the manufacturing industries, mainly currently in the pharmaceuticals and in medtech industry, where I have as well several years of experience.
Thank you. Last but not least, of course, Martina.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Martina Müller. I'm the CEO of 3D AG. We were a company founded in 1989 as high security company developing features for high security applications such as banknotes, passports, ID cards. We're a manufacturing site. We have specialized in the transfer of micro and nanostructures. And in our industry, innovation is very, very important, which is what led me to the blockchain space. We were very early to realize and adopt that blockchain technology can be used to amplify security and brand protection. So to add an additional security layer, and this is my role in the blockchain space.
Thank you very much. So we have definitely some competencies here on stage. You will see there is a pattern today, and I left Martina at the end because she will have the last word, like always. So at the end of the panel, no. Jokes aside, earlier in this afternoon, someone said that the enterprises are not there yet. I think I can quote. Now we have a representation of large and smaller enterprises. Can you prove them wrong and tell us a little bit about your use cases, what you do, the ideas, the motivation, why are you doing? Marco, please.
Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot prove him wrong. It's right. If you stop all the blockchains in the world, Novartis will still work. So that's the fact. Nevertheless, we spend or we try a lot because we think that blockchain is something which can change the way how the healthcare industry will in the future work. So that's why we have started a consortium. It's called PharmaLedger. This is a consortium of 29 public partners and pharma companies, so 12 pharma companies, the big ones, so not only Novartis, Roche, J&J, Pfizer, etc. We all believe that blockchain is something which will change the healthcare industry. PharmaLedger is there to build first we said the infrastructure, now we change a little bit the wording, which sounds a bit better business-like. So we want to create the digital trust ecosystem for the healthcare industry with the blockchain as the backbone. This is the goal of this PharmaLedger to do. And to prove that that is working, we have defined 8 use cases. 4 in the supply chain, 2 in clinical development, and 2 in health data. And all the 12 pharma companies are very engaged in that. So that means not only in thinking how to use, it's also in the adoption. Adoption means to change the internal processes and all these kind of things. And the people who know regulatory stuff, I mean, to change supply chain processes, that takes a year. And on top of it, with blockchain, to have everything qualified and tested, etc., takes a year. So this is our ambition to go. And I also can say that what I heard, technology is not the killer. It is the political things around it, the governance, which makes it difficult. But I think I stop here.
Yeah, we touch about
that. Already other
12,
things. Yeah.
12 large companies working together. We'll definitely touch on that. Pierre, can you explain what IBM is doing?
Yeah, well, part of IBM will stop working, but not entire. I mean, this large company. But let's take, 2 examples because we're in a supply chain panel. I will talk about that. So it's definitely working. I mean, we saw Farmer Connect, who is, a small startup company based in Geneva, like myself, using IBM Food Trust, like some other guys, like Walmart, a 3 million employee, like Nestle, like Carrefour. And this is definitely working. I mean, you can go and scan if you buy some olive oil somewhere. Just scan a QR code and you know the traceability and blah, 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 full enchilada. So this is something that's currently working. 250 companies are participating. There is open governance meeting every 2 months, if I'm not mistaken. Then you can participate, see what the FDA is saying in the US, etc., and all of the participants, what would be the development of the technology. It's working, it's proven. Still work to do, of course. And another example, because we're in supply chain and we talked about, we see people from MENA earlier, trying, to send, containers from one side of the planet to the other side of the planet. We did a nice project with the people from Maersk as a startup, just a proof of concept. It's called TradeLens, and TradeLens is now live since 3-4 years. We reached 2 billion transactions. We have 60% of the, let's say, global trade on the planet, which is currently on this blockchain. So it's working. It's working well. It's working fine. Still work to do, and open for every one of you. To join. Those kind of platform and to talk about it.
Thank you, Adrian. Can you explain what the Swiss Post?
Yes. Thank you, Christian. We heard before just about these digital islands, and I think it's information islands as well. So we're working since, 170 years on closing this gap. First with horse carriages and letters, and one thing with the letters is we transported securely data, just the recipient can read it. So what's the difference? Okay, it's in a digital form, but again, one thing we're working at to connecting the physical and the digital world, because we believe that's key for federated business models to work together to create new business. So for that reason, we created together with our partner Swisscom, Swiss Post, the Swiss Trust Chain, blockchain, a private blockchain, a consortium blockchain, which offers a highly governed environment. So we can adapt to very regulated industries like the pharmaceutical industries. We can follow the qualification rules which is needed in this industry. Plus, we have there already some applications running. One is from us, it's called Smart Transport Billing, which is a logistics company. So yes, it works already in the industry. So we're creating the content for billing regarding the transport, which is actually quite difficult if you think about the amounts of packages it's sending every day. And the cool thing is, we don't know today what we send tomorrow. So how do you plan? How do you bill afterwards? That's what we're solving. The other thing is, why life science industry? Simple, we are there already. We're doing with logistics services already, life science and health services for the industry, and as well digital services. So we're working currently on several solutions, use cases with the industry to solve some problems regarding regulatory issues between companies especially.
There you have some evidence. Martina, what is your...
So our goal is always to be a step ahead of a counterfeiter. And this needs innovation and it needs new solutions. And especially in security, a security solution is always built up of different layers. So it's a modular system of bits and pieces you can build together to protect your product or your brand in an adequate manner. And we identified that blockchain is an additional security layer. And we have developed a platform in which you can manage your security labels, you can manage your products, you can apply the labels onto the products, and you can write specific moments in time into the blockchain. And this is technically what the platform offers.
And then that's the end user who consumes that information.
Yes, so there's different parties that consume this information and see this as relevant, from manufacturer to retail to end consumer. And there's pros and cons in it for everybody.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So there you have your evidence about real life projects, real life problems that are being addressed. Let's delve a little bit deep. There hasn't been very much talk, but I think what has come out of this discussion, I would like to touch upon the question about private and public blockchain. If you can explain a little bit, what is your situation? What are we talking about? Are you in a public or a private blockchain? And what are the data that you actually put on the chain? So that to give an impression to the audience, what kind of data can be stored on chain, Marco?
Yeah, in PharmaLedge, as I have said, we have about 8 use cases for the platform or for the ecosystem. we have planned the whole system in a way that we say we do not decide for one blockchain technology. So each use case or group of use case can pick their own blockchain technology and network. So that can be that certain use cases are maybe using a public one, other private one, or combination of it, hybrid. For the use cases which we have right now, the most advanced ones, which is anti-counterfeiting and electronic product information, they use a hybrid blockchain based on an Ethereum quorum in this case. And what kind of data we put on the blockchain? Basically, we do not put data on the blockchain. We do everything off-chain, means we anchor everything in the blockchain. So our philosophy is no data on the blockchain, everything off-chain. And of course, then the data can be anything outside. The reason for that is GDPR and different other things why we don't put stuff directly on the blockchain. And again, here also, why public or hybrid or private? This is each use case has their requirements. And at the moment, as we are very early stage, we think private or hybrid is the best approach from a financial point of view, flexibility. But let's see in the future, maybe we move on a public one. But for now, it's a hybrid. Means everyone can read the blockchain, but only, let's say, a specific company can write on the blockchain.
All right, thank you. Pierre, so the IBM? Well, we know about IBM.
No. Well, I mean, we're a strong supporter of Hyperledger, of course, but we're not doing only that. Hyperledger is not IBM and vice versa. So, but let's say in bold number that 80% of the project, and namely the big blockchain that we have that I named, IBM Food Trust, Raylands, and some others are based on Hyperledger, so it's private. The data that we're storing there, it's, well, as you said, I mean, it all depends about the use case. Sometimes we need to store, I mean, some data which are really critical on the blockchain. Sometimes we just store off-chain, so we leverage this kind of stuff. So this really depends on what we're doing, but primarily working on private blockchains for our customer needs.
Adrian, what is your situation?
Of course, private blockchain. That's a simple question. It has various values why to do it, so you can protect your data better. That's our standpoint. But what do we do? What do we put on there? It's mainly as little as possible. So how to generate the proof, the contents, what you need at least on there. So that's what you put on there, but it depends on the case.
So basically surrogates of actual data that are off-chain, then you put an anchor. You were talking about crypto anchors on the blockchain. Martina, what is your?
Public.
Yeah.
I think the reason why we went into blockchain is that we take the element of trust out of it. So a manufacturer and end consumer does not need to trust 3DAG as a security provider to manage a database, to hold the data. So only a public chain does make sense to us. It obviously comes with challenges, gas costs. We did have to do some turns to get to the perfect solution there, but we have found one today, which is great. And regarding storing data, we also differentiate on-chain and off-chain. So everything off-chain is media, is big text, is imagery. A lot of our solution is also in the whole storytelling of brands, in the whole engaging consumers. So all of this is off-chain, and on-chain are solely production dates, kind of, we call them marriages, so when a physical and a digital element come together, so very precise moments in time. We also have to be very aware of companies not wanting to have certain personalized information on-chain. We also have a feature about ownership, which is also a very difficult topic, because you have people owning something and this information on chain. So it's a delicate stepping stone on the public chain, but it's definitely, for us, the only solution.
So you mean I can register if I have
Yes.
a product, and then I scan it to say this is mine? Right?
You can claim ownership.
All right. So this is an interesting topic about what to store on chain, off chain. I think the hybrid approach also that Marco has mentioned. I personally think, as a, let's say, blockchain architect, developer, that's sort of always the trade-off and the way to go to see, okay, what do we put on-chain, what do we put off-chain, and do we go private, public? There will always be sort of a mix, I think, of the combination. Now, to another topic, which is probably most relevant for the three guys, but there is certainly something also for you, Martina. You're talking about consortium blockchain, so you have like 12 pharma companies working together. You want to build a platform for business. How do you address the topic of governance? How do you engage the ecosystem, and how do you align the incentives? So how do you how can I say define the value proposition for your consortium participants to participate, Marco?
I guess I have, yeah. In PharmaLedger, this is when we started it in 2018. In 2020, we started officially the PharmaLedger consortium, and we said it's for a 3-year project. We from the beginning said, okay, how can we make it sustainable? So we have a work stream which is about governance, how to set up a governance. As we anticipated that most probably we will have a mix between private and hybrid blockchains, maybe some publics, but we need something to govern that. And this is we are in the middle now to have with heated discussions what is right. The technology blockchain is a decentralized architecture, so we have to make sure that the governance is also a decentralized decision body, so that we not have a centralized decision body and at the end a decentralized architecture, which makes no sense for me. So how that governance body looks like, we don't know. We are discussing that. We don't know the incentive models now. We just don't know it. What we know is the infrastructure is something where you cannot make money. You can make money or save money on top of the infrastructure. Right. So what we do now is we try to build this ecosystem, and then all participants can benefit in savings or whatever. But to build the infrastructure, we don't know it yet. There are discussions in all directions. We don't have tokens right now. Maybe that is a solution.
So an incentive model based on tokens, yeah.
We don't have it. It's just open. We have still 1.5 year time to figure out something. It's also not so easy to find good examples. I mean, everything is a bit.
We have a lot.
We
have a lot.
Yeah, quickly. How does that work in TradeLens? Because at the beginning there were discussions.
Yeah, well,
is in there.
Yeah, TradeLens is a beast, and if you have an hour, I will explain you exactly.
We don't have an hour. 4 minutes.
No. Just
in only 30 seconds.
In a nutshell, it's kind of, what's happening in PharmaLedger. It's we have currently 8 of the top 10 ocean shipper working together on the same blockchain. So deciding what is good for them and for also they come to a point to say there is so many documents. Let's work on the digital transformation, like Emmanuel explained. And aim at that would be the first, because we will all win. So it would be a win-win-win-win-win-win situation for all of them. So this is how, and so they decide all together when each of them or most of them win, they should go into one direction.
So if the incentives are aligned, then
usually coming to the incentives, it's free to inject data into the systems. This is how it works. And what makes the money out of it is the decision that you take out of the data that you can get. So it's usually you pay with the data that you get from the others with the entire view on the supply chain.
Adrian, quickly, in your case, how is the governance set up?
Well, I think it's pretty simple. Because first of all, the infrastructure is held in banking infrastructure, so we have a high governance there. And the consortium defines the governance in the use cases, in the networks, where we are currently active in the life science industry, and Marco can surely confirm that you have a lot of regulations in there. But that's actually good, I think, because if you want to work together and use data together, you need to make sure that the data has the same quality.
All right.
So we try to define it.
So Martina, you don't have this governance issue. My question to you is, how do you, since you're more towards end consumers, how do you reach out to those, or what are the incentives for the end consumer to participate, or to your clients?
So our whole platform is built around the end consumer, and I think this is my biggest suggestion for any company, if in blockchain or others, is where is the added value for end consumer? And we have many incentives there. It's to check authenticity, to see the track and trace of the product, to have sustainability information, to get to know the brand. So we're empowering consumers. And I think today consumers, they have a very strong opinion about the brands they choose. And we want to help brands get consumers to choose them. That's our incentive.
All right. Well, yeah, different, problematic, but still a challenge. Now, in the last few seconds, we have maybe the key question that probably the whole audience is interested to hear about is, what is the business model? So why? I don't think you're doing pro bono, so for free. So how do you monetize? How do you make money out of this, Marco?
At the end of the day, each of these use cases is just as any other use case. You have to show a business value. Either you can reduce costs or you can increase the revenue. And this is no difference with the blockchain. The only difference is we have first to build the infrastructure, which is a kind of upfront investment, and then on top come the applications. And with each of these applications comes then the benefit, or the savings. But somehow you have to create this infrastructure.
Right. Pierre, how is the monetization in your case?
Well, it's a bit harsh, but it takes time.
Yeah.
But we finally get to that.
All right. Adrian?
Yeah, two things. First, we show more value than the cost. And the second thing is we're using an infrastructure which doesn't use so much energy that their sustainability programs go to waste.
To operate. And you, Martina?
So, I mean, we're a phygital approach. We have a physical hologram we're selling for a price, and then the digital platform for a price. So it's a price.
So it's added value, basically. So if you provide value, you can also charge sort of a premium. So, and with these last few words, I thank you very much to my panelists, to the audience. I hope it was useful for you as it was for me. And I see Dan looking at me and saying, "Are you done?" Yes, I am.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's give them a hand.
Thanks.
I think I'm a pretty nice guy. I don't know why everyone's so fearful. You see them looking to the side, and everyone mentions, Dan's here, so we got to end it up. We love these conversations. I wish we had more time. But as you've seen from the agenda, we have a very packed schedule. In fact, today, our final day, we've put in the most content. We have 3 panels back to back that are happening, all about different areas that blockchain is going to change and disrupt. We've been talking right now about supply chain. Next, we're moving to insurance and blockchain and what the opportunities are over there. We have a wonderful gentleman, built his first startup when he was only 17 years old. He's been building for a long time, did a lot of investment banking in Sydney and Tokyo and all the usual hot spots. He's now here as part of the Enacta team. Please welcome the moderator, Roger, as well as his panel.
Thank you for the kind words, and welcome everyone to the insurance panel. I have with me an esteemed list of panelists, but instead of me introducing everyone, I think it's much nicer if all of you could say a few words about yourself, how comes you're here, and maybe we're going to start with Samir.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation at this panel. My name is Samir Mezour. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer of HITS, House of Insurtech Switzerland, which is the innovation arm of Generali. And what we do, in a nutshell, is to accelerate innovation within the group, the Generali group. How do we do that? By corping up, so using the corp up approach, so corporates and startups co-creating customer-centric solutions with startups. So we have like 9 startups, in our innovation garage, but we have a network of 200 plus startups with whom we work. And and we do that, with Generali, but also with other corporates. We love to work in consortiums, because, yeah, as the Belgian said, l'union fait la force, and yeah, it helps you to work together.
Then the next person is Jens Pipper, head insurance at Inacta. Maybe a few words about yourself.
Thank you. A few years ago, Ralf Glabischnik and I had the idea for the first blockchain summit, which led to the summit series here in the casino in Zug. And I think I don't have to introduce Inacta, but my interest in distributed ledger technologies is, on the one hand, curiosity, the search for the strategic impact of the still super interesting technology, and last not least, the need for information of the decision makers in our insurance industry.
All right. Then we have Michael Benziger, Chief Investment Officer, CIO at Generali Switzerland.
Thanks for having me here and at this panel. Looking forward to have a good and interesting conversation about the topic. I don't hopefully have to introduce Generali as a company. It's an insurance company. Hopefully everyone knows it and is already insured one way or the other by us. Generali offers life insurance products, but also P&C. I'm responsible in Switzerland for the investment part, and therefore looking always for innovative ideas in order to make our life also on the investment side easier. It's already quite difficult administrating life insurance contracts, and therefore looking for opportunities, new ideas, new technologies to improve not just my life, but also the life of my customers by providing new solutions to our industry. We are using currently a blockchain technology in France to administer fund assets or fund units to easy transfer assets from one customer to another, from one manager to the other, using ledger technology that gives us the opportunity to be more in line with also know your customers work, but also to easily transfer something that before was, or still is for the Swiss insurance company, still a very hard, burdensome process to transfer some units. So with one use case that I were able to actually find within our own company that we put to life, I'm looking to find some more of these innovative ideas.
Yeah, I'm curious to learn about more use cases as we speak. Then we have Chuck Straw, Director at Swiss Re, Group Head, Supply Chain Innovation and DLT.
Thank you very much for having me over. It's good to be back here. I introduced blockchain topic to Swiss Re in 2015 and co-founded Blockchain Insurance Industry Initiative. So I'll be happy to share that perspectives and experiences coming from that angle. And today I'm leading a department within Swiss Re under the group digital transformation, focusing on supply chain verticals and DLT as a topic. So one of the clear, on hindsight, I must admit, clear differentiators that we as a company had when using this technology was to look at from the business problem perspective. What is the problem that we are trying to solve? Is technology, blockchain technology, is the means to solve the problem. I think that has helped us a long way in moving away from the noise and the kind of unnecessary use cases that you would invest on. I strongly believe that has helped us in terms of shaping our strategic agenda as far as the blockchain technology is concerned, because in 2018 we developed our own group level strategy on blockchain and understanding where we should be focusing on, what are those focus areas, whether efficiency play is important, or can we also look at generating new business using this technology. And that's the angle that I would be happy to share with my fellow panelists. Swiss Re, I hope all of you are aware, we actually insure the risk of big insurance companies like Generali. So we have a low profile, happy to be at the back end, helping our customers like Generali.
Awesome. Then just next to me, we have Andra Malte, Chainlink Enterprise Ambassador.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm also very happy to be back again and also finally meet everyone in person. I'm representing Chainlink Labs, a company that is trying to close the gap that exists nowadays with between the enterprises and the blockchains. For the past 10 years, I spent most of my career in enterprise environment working for Airbus, Accenture and AXA. I worked on blockchain strategies, on several blockchain use cases, mostly in the manufacturing and insurance industry. And lately I got pretty deep in the topic of tokenization of assets with the Swiss FinTech innovation. Of course, tokenization of art and decentralized Oracle networks, which are which are, from my perspective, the missing link between the two worlds that we're talking about today. So I'm very happy to discuss with you more. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Now, Jens, you as head of insurance at Inacta, you're at the forefront of, as a consultant, at the forefront of client demands from the industry, right? Over the last 2-3 years, how did the insurance industry change? Were there many things that they asked you about blockchain?
To be honest, no, I think the industry hasn't changed much, to be honest. At least not the established carriers and insurance companies. So I think we have a very vital startup and insurtech space, but at the core of the insurance business, where the established big companies and players are on the run, there hasn't been much change. And so I think it's natural when we, in 2015, 2016, started with thinking about blockchain competition and all these things and bringing blockchain startups and the established insurers together. We had a lot of use cases in mind, and most of them didn't come. And I think it's only natural. I think we were a little naive in this and very enthusiastic. We are still enthusiastic. Because if you see an insurance company, an established insurance company, as a middleman between between the reinsurance companies and the customer, they are not so keen to be wiped out. And I think the most of the established insurers see blockchain as a fringe phenomenon. Yeah? So they say, okay, we want to be part of, for example, of an ecosystem, which is DLT-based. We want to have a good press. Maybe we want to know something because we want to invest, we want to diversify, and such things. But at the heart of the big companies, there isn't much change. I think, in the startup scene, there are very promising approaches, but not so much in the classical business.
Now, you mentioned there were a number of projects. Some of you have already mentioned some projects you've been involved. Can you talk more about the projects that you have actually done at your current or previous positions in the insurance industry? And most importantly, what learnings have you taken from them?
I could name a few. I mean, they went, let's say, in all directions. So in the, let's say, commercial side, but also in the individual, so retail part, with the objective to learn from it. Yes, I agree with you. So everything that is slow and takes time. The learnings will get after. Okay, I'll talk about some products. So one is, for example, the crypto asset protection. So people have crypto assets, they have cryptocurrencies, and as an insurer, what you want to do is to protect them. So go beyond the insurance part. And how do you do that? And actually, funnily, okay, we've done that with Inacta 3 years ago. And we came with a brilliant solution. Like multi-signature as a service. Okay, you have the crypto insurance, you have the custodian, you have a notary in case, okay, you die and your family can recover your cryptos. So, but 2 years ago when we presented it to the upper echelon, well, they said, okay, hey, great idea, but no. Why? Because, cryptocurrencies were taken or understood like the things that arms traffickers and drug lords are using. You know, now it's changing. But the other thing is when you have, okay, your actuarial services are telling you that we need to have 20 years history in terms of data. Well, blockchain exists only since 11, 12 years. Okay, back then it was 10 years. We cannot provide you with that kind of data. So the learning here is education, 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 and at every hierarchy of the company, even to the board. And that's one example among others.
Is this your learning as well? Or?
Yeah, maybe I can start off and then.
Go ahead.
Actually, going back to Jen's point, I think that disintermediation part, right? That's a very fascinating point, because if you look at the insurance value chain, insurance companies, brokers, reinsurance companies, reinsurance brokers, all the way until capital markets, in a way, we are all benefiting from this intermediation. We don't maybe admit that, but that is a reality. One of the profit sources is that information asymmetry that is existing in our value chain. And blockchain technology challenges that, right? Because the moment you start using a common framework, network, common standards, then you are bound to face a situation where the lines would be blurring. And if you ask insurance, reinsurance companies, that is probably not in their interest. It might commoditize their business. Yet, I think we had a reasonable success in bringing together key players within the insurance industry and then launching this B3I, Blockchain Insurance Industry Initiative. I think the two things that helped us to really sell this point of, yes, that is the status quo today. You need to have these multiple layers, but we have to look into the future. And as incumbents, we can actually play an important role in shaping ourselves, in a way disrupting ourselves in the process, but finding new business models. Because information asymmetry cannot be a long-running source of profit for you in the future. That will be challenged one way or the other. So we thought it is in our interest that we use the technology and make sure that we enable this common use of standards and adopt this technology so that industry as a whole benefits from it, from the reduction of the operational cost. Having said that, it's an independent company now, B3I. We still have a lot of challenges because brokers need to be bought into that philosophy, right? And how do you articulate it in such a way that they are part of the solution, not part of the problem, right? And that's a journey that we are still going through, and that will take some time. And coming back to your point, Samir, when it comes to use cases, I have seen the insurance industry, there was a lot of euphoria in the beginning in terms of experimenting. I think that's definitely required, it's part and parcel of the innovation process. But then you have to realize it's not like you have a hammer in hand and looking for nails. What is a problem out there that needs to be solved? That should be your starting point.
So what was the starting point then?
And for us, that starting point was, okay, are we solving the problem that needs to be solved? Is there a network effect out there? Is there a common incentive for players? And that is our starting point. And only then we said, yes, blockchain technology could be a means to solve that.
Right. I'm still not sure I see the problem that you then actually solve, but one problem that we do see in the industry is actually connecting the existing systems with blockchain, right? You want to have, Jens said, I think you said insurance companies still around in 10 years. Maybe so, but if so, they would probably be connected a bit closer to the blockchain technology, and I think you know a few things about that topic, Andra.
Yeah, so I think first, when the technology was basically came out and we were all so fascinated about it, I think that word of disintermediation made us a little bit be afraid of the technology, especially in the FS industry, right? We needed some time to understand the technology. I think that we did a lot of POCs, but at the end we also, we have to, like Jack said, we have to find the problem, and then we also need to care about the customer, right? Is the customer there also somehow interested in getting a claim paid out faster? Is the customer willing to have more transparency of what is happening when he is asking for a claim? So I think all these things have led to very nice use cases, like the ecosystem use cases, the B3I ecosystem, the car dossier ecosystem. That's also a nice use case from Switzerland, where we have the whole life cycle of a second car, and where we can really optimize the processes of a person that is buying a car, from buying it from a dealer to registration and everything. So I think that we are kind of ready for the next level, generating new revenue streams, and at the same time we have these existing legacy systems. They will never, or maybe in the 10, 20 years, they will not exist, so they will not vanish so fast, right? We will have them. It's not so easy to dig into them, to understand them. A lot of the people that understand them don't even work for the companies anymore. And at the same time, we have a certain gap in the enterprise environment between this a knowledge gap. We don't have so many developers that really write smart contracts in our insurance companies. So once this will be ramped up, of course, we will get out there. But now, how do we bring together the two worlds? I think once the smart contracts are there, we have to have a middleware. We have to have a gateway between the IT systems, between the legacy systems, and the smart contracts, and the blockchains that are out there. It's not only one blockchain, there are so many, and I think for Jens it's also difficult to recommend one of them, right? Chainlink Labs is offering a solution for bringing the off-chain data that is out there and triggering with live data events, or with data that is out there, triggering the smart contracts event. So just imagine that, we had the case of excess rainfalls this summer in Switzerland and Europe, and of hail. So imagine that the weather data is already registered by the satellites. You have a smart contract developed in your infrastructure, and this data, the satellite data, is triggering the payout of a claim of a person that resides in one of these regions. The payout will still be generated by the claim management system, but you need that the smart contract validates the data that has been provided by the satellite, and this is where Chainlink can bring the two worlds together. And I think we will see a lot of adoption for this solution in the future.
Automation. You said at the beginning that it's what the client really wants, and I think generally you're the only one on this panel actually serves retail clients or end clients. Also, this is why I asked the audience whether they have insurance with you. Do you see that client demand for faster payouts, for all the benefits that we potentially get from this level of technology?
Well, for me, since I'm from the investment side, it's hard for me to tell whether the client actually demands it, but I'm also a client, so I can speak for myself, and I actually would demand it. So if I have an insurance claim, I don't want to wait too long until I get my money back or the case is solved. So from that point of view, it's just natural that you want to have speed in the process, and it's a natural demand. And I think where I see actually a use case from an insurance investment management side, which I'm more focused on here, is, and that's why I'm coming from a different angle than maybe most of the actual blockchain people here, is that for me, I need to find a way to get away from a low interest rate environment in Switzerland, and I need to find investment opportunities. Blockchain is something that can facilitate like cryptocurrencies to me. And the question for me is, how can I use it in order to make my asset allocation better, and then at the end serve also my customer who benefits from a better return? And this is somehow at the moment hard to achieve, because on the one side we have this glorified blockchain technologies all over the place. There are so many opportunities, but I still haven't found a real way to actually make use of it for my own balance sheet. And one way I currently see is by, and I guess we talked about this as well, is by tokenization of certain types of assets that I then would be able to invest in. And one big use case for me in that regard, and it's just maybe Swiss specific, but if I want to trade a real estate asset in Switzerland, it takes me months to do that until I have lined up everything. If I could tokenize it, it would be much, much faster, and I could transfer it, I guess, within seconds now.
You know, I'm glad you talk about products, because I'm probably a bit biased. I'm also in the Bitcoin Association Switzerland. I'm community manager there. And the question I get asked the most in connection with insurance companies is when can I finally put my pension, my private pension, into Bitcoin? There's this system here in Switzerland where you get tax deductions for 6,000 francs or so a year, where you can put it in a saving account, you can put it in the stock market. I want to put it in Bitcoin. When do I see that?
Roger, you seem to be a gambler somehow.
Well, you might already be invested in Bitcoin, you just don't know it.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, and you probably should check your second pillar pension, because that one is managed as a regular pension fund, allows investments in hedge funds. Most likely one or the other hedge fund in your pension scheme already invests in Bitcoin. So
you're saying it's totally possible. It's really the insurance companies that need to move their portfolios into this direction.
Well, the insurance company at this point in time, by regulatory reason, is not allowed to invest in any cryptocurrency or in that space.
Directly?
Directly.
Yes, but indirectly?
Indirectly, via a pension fund, has other laws than an insurance company, you could technically be invested already.
And that's unlikely to change in the coming years, because we will remain as a regulated entity, and probably this is not in the priority list that will change in the next 5 years.
But it's probably what Sam said as well. Education needs to take place, and education not just within the company, but also on the regulatory side. Switzerland did a good job in Switzerland in allowing the crypto space to grow and to evolve, but on the insurance and banking side, there's still room for improvement.
It just seems a little bit short-sighted. I mean, my bank can keep cryptocurrencies in custody, the liquid markets. It seems to be my money, kind of, right?
There is a possibility as part of the 3B at the pillar 3B to add in a variable asset class, crypto funds. I think we will see this coming sometime soon. But Bitcoin, I'm not really sure if we will be so soon able to really invest, also to have in the pension fund Bitcoins, invest in that. I think it's a sustainability issue that a lot of insurance companies are conflicting with, right? The mining discussion when it comes to Bitcoin is still going to be there. We all have, or in the enterprise environment, we have the ESG goals, and basically we will see crypto funds based on POS. Cryptocurrencies. I think this will come sooner than Bitcoin. But
I will be against that personally, but we'll see how it goes. Now, unfortunately, we're out of time. Thank you very much, panel, for being here. It was a pleasure, and thank you for listening.
Having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
In that direction, please. Thank you. Thank you. So we're moving swiftly forward. This is the third panel in a series, and then we'll take a break and do some keynotes. We're actually going to be talking now about blockchain and digital identity. We have a very dynamic moderator and an amazing panel here. Many of you will know James. He launched Crypto AM 3 years ago. They showcase new frontier technologies, whether it's DLT, AI, blockchain, cryptocurrencies, you name it. That's what they're talking about. He's the founder of the London Blockchain Forum. He's a global ambassador for World Mobile, and he's your moderator. And joining him are some amazing gentlemen. Please put your hands together for James and the panel.
Thank you, Dan. Hey everyone, thank you very much indeed. I'm seriously pleased to be here. Flew in from Mallorca just to be with you guys and to spend some time with these wonderful people. So we're talking about blockchain and digital identity today. And I think it's probably the easiest thing is to just go one by one. Casper, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Yes, I'm Casper Jørgensen. I'm CFO for Web3 Foundation. And now also that we're talking digital identity, then also working with one of the parachains on our canary network, Kusama, called Kilt, that is specifically working on digital identity and getting some of these things that can work within the Polkadot ecosystem.
Wonderful. Yanni, we've met before, but please introduce yourself as founder of the Identity Blockchain.
Yeah, hello, my name is Yanni, or Janislav Malahov. I'm the founder of Eternity Blockchain, as well as the founder of superhero.com, which is a decentralized social network where we are also having decentralized identities on Eternity Blockchain. And generally the question, what I'm super interested in is like, what is identity and who defines what your identity is?
Martin.
Yeah, hello. So I'm the corporate guy here, but
someone had to be.
Yeah, so that's me. So we are Intrum, so we are the market leader for digital onboarding in Switzerland. So we have more than 100 clients with video identification, with online identification. So we have also the largest private database in Switzerland for solvency, address data fraud prevention. And yeah, so we have a little bit of footprint. So we are a strategic partner of Inacta. We have Saber Signum and Bitcoin Swiss as a client. So we know a little bit the blockchain world, yeah.
Excellent. And then finally, Waldemar Scherer.
Yeah, thanks, James. My name is Waldemar Scherer. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Integrity AG. So it's a recently founded company that is focusing on privacy at scale, right? It's a second layer technology solution on top of Polkadot. So we are using Polkadot as the public ledger to really provide a scalable solution while preserving the privacy of the sensitive data that we are processing.
Thank you, wonderful. So I mean, essentially, I think that we guys we sat outside in a little chat earlier about the importance of digital identity, and actually to the extent also that the pandemic has accelerated things like enormously, but it also creates interesting issues, I think, morally, amongst other things. I mean, what do you guys think about how things have transformed in the last 18 months? Maybe I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think during the pandemic now, a lot of new services were popping up during that time, right? Digital services, and this one leads to a massive usage of online services where identities are always linked to those services, right? So
but we all had to do QR code entry, didn't we? Linked.
Yeah, exactly. So it accelerated the usage on a massive scale, definitely. Yeah.
And how do you feel about this?
Yeah, for us it was a huge accelerator. So I think you see that in different branches, also in banking, you see the growth of neon, as an example, in Switzerland. So this was a huge accelerator for us. And so we think digital onboarding are the new normal. So we are in the mass adoption of that in retail banking, as an example. So we see that this case is a lot of growth in this case. So
I think Yanni, you've got some thoughts on all of this stuff.
Yeah, I think through the acceleration and through the increased usage.
The bomb's gonna drop in a second.
Through the increased usage of digital technology and especially, more online communication, video communication, also more activity on generally social media. I think it became apparent that your identity or yourself, what's there on this social world, is actually a product which gets sold to corporations. And
what I'm finding quite scary at the moment is actually I think a lot of people here. I've got to use Telegram a bit. I've got to use all the various platforms, and I have an imposter, or maybe several. And I spent my birthday was last Sunday, and I spent the entire time fielding about 400 people saying, "Are you asking for $800 in Bitcoin because you got an issue with your Trezor wallet?"
So you're not really owning your identity as well as
it does lead on, doesn't it? I think to how do we get a digital identity that has the correct authenticity and the right backing. So then we get into the situation where, is it state-led? Do we go down the Chinese route where social credits become suddenly your right to travel, or do we go down self-sovereign ID, where hopefully that might be a better solution, but we're going so fast, aren't we, that we don't necessarily know what the right thing to do is. I mean, do you have any thoughts on that, Casper?
Yeah, I think we have an opportunity actually now with the promise of what blockchain can do, of actually implementing something that actually where the individual actually owns their data.
Yeah.
And that I think we have the opportunity, but I also think we have the obligation to actually come up with proposed solutions. Because if we don't come with something, I'm sure that governments and other larger centralized players will come up with their own idea of how to do identity. And I think we have the space of actually coming up with something that's self-sovereign and that the individual controls, and hopefully something that can be used across a lot of different opportunities within the blockchain ecosystems.
But I think, ironically, I think that also brings into the other thing that we were talking about earlier, which is again is the net result, I think, of the pandemic, is to what extent compliance of the populace. I think we will get the sense. I think we talked about it at the beginning. Was first lockdown, everyone was very, compliant and kind of like, supportive, willing to help, and all the rest of it. And then I just get the sense that we all felt that we were starting to be needled. How far can we push you? How far can we take this thing before decisions are actually finally made? I mean, I think that there's a danger, serious danger actually, that unless we do have something that is acceptably uniform, that the self-sovereign aspect really does actually, I think, come back into focus. Because if it's state-led, then I think we're all moderately screwed.
Definitely, I think we to get some kind of decentralization and have individuals having control of their data. Either it's the states or it's like the larger corporates that actually have a lot of data around the individuals. And with blockchain, you have the opportunity to actually disrupt that and be able to do digital identity that can be used to identify who you are, but without necessarily revealing all the data about what you have done or history of anything that you have done online, or your medical history, which might be quite sensitive data that you don't want to share with everybody.
No, for sure. I mean, certainly, I mean, within my own community in London, there was a company. I won't name names, obviously, but they came up with an amazing solution that was effectively a digital passport that remained anonymized as far as data was concerned. It was effectively a digital handshake. I just simply don't know whether or not government and state stuff is going to actually accept all of that. And here we are. I mean, I literally had to be. I think we've all been on similar planes and stuff, but whether it's Dubai, Spain, Gibraltar, whatever, you have to go through all the hoops, and you just can't travel otherwise. So I mean, it's we're getting used to this whole new situation, but I think it just what worries me the most is that actually it could become the ultimate control mechanism as opposed to the freedom that I think that a lot of us espouse with the concept of blockchain and digital identity. So how do we police that? How do we resist that? Or do we embrace it to an extent? Is there a hybrid model?
I think states can become also players in this decentralized ecosystem or global ecosystem. By definition, states are within boundaries and blockchains are borderless. So I don't think this is a contradiction. I wonder when the first nation states will kind of like embrace blockchains and do elections and votes in blockchains. And I mean, it's already happening to some extent, but rather really early in the days, I think.
Yeah, I guess there is if you look at states, I think they have a role to play in identity because they have a lot of they have some kind of authority to approve something, but they don't necessarily need to be the ones that own your entire identity. I guess you can have an identity that's added on with what states can they can validate some of it, but they don't necessarily need to control it, right?
It's probably just some tokens they sent you, like some we believe you exist tokens.
You're heading off to El Salvador.
Acknowledged.
So I think we need a dialogue with society about this theme, about this topic, because so we live a little bit in a bubble here. So we are all nerds. We are all in this topic, but we need a dialogue with the society, with the state, with the banks, with all the branches also, and so nobody wants 5 digital identities or digital IDs. So we need an interoperable model, a scalable model. But
Mark, does that require some sort of sanctioning of a I mean, almost if you're going to come up with a standard, an industry standard, is an industry standard something that is inherent and adopted, or is it something that has to be kind of agreed, like in a United
something
Nations?
Like a base layer from data? So I want to vote maybe with my digital identity. I want to go to the state. I want to go in my e-commerce economy. So I think it needs a base layer, and then we can use. We can set up different cases about this basic data, and we need something like a platform or a standard or an open API or something like that for identity. Because when Yanis make an identity, or everybody here make an identity, so nobody wants 10 apps with 10 different identities. That's the case, and so we need a little bit. We are very early in this discussion, but I think it's an essential discussion.
But do you think that people will embrace it, or I mean, it was rather. I know it sounds a bit off topic, but I mean, listening to sort of vaccination. I mean, we joked a little bit about 5G, nanotechnology, and the vaccine, and that sort of
Bill Gates, and
kind of funky stuff. But I actually genuinely heard a Swiss gentleman who employed 1,250 people on a plane saying, well, I've got 40 people who aren't going to take the vaccine, so what do? Send them home or fire them? Yeah. You're getting into a whole different realm now. And I know it seems like I'm bringing it back to the whole pandemic situation, but I think actually there's a good reason for that, and that is that we talked earlier about the accelerant of, now the utilization of QR codes, the new normal, getting into an event like this, or getting on a plane, going home to see our loved ones. I mean, we look, in Australia, where there's just some seriously scary behavior. Everyone's adjusting in different ways. So it just seems to me that there's going to be a very interesting debate about how we, can embrace something that makes sense. And I think that digital identity does obviously make sense, but I don't want to have a passport number, a tax code, a this, a that. You got 500 different numbers, as you rightly point out. So, Valdo, I mean, do you have any thoughts, man?
Yeah, I mean, talking about adoption, right? I think many people are always thinking about the physical identities, like your passport, your ID, like your health insurance card, like your driver license and stuff like that, right? Of course, I mean, we won't replace that from day one, but I think we have a big chance now to really get adoption through all the online services that we're using, especially during that intense time where everyone was locked down.
But does it come from private organizations? I mean, just for example, let's talk about...
It can be, right? Because, I mean, we have so many digital identities, right?
Yeah.
So everyone in this room has around 10 to 30 digital identities that you're always creating once you're opting into a service, or
your Starbucks loyalty card, your Netflix thing, your this,
And why not just aggregating all of those services, right? I mean, we have such kind of a model already called federated model, right, with single sign-on that is actually already offered by, for example, Facebook, Google, and stuff, and companies like that, right? But do you want to feed those giants with your private sensitive data, right? It's up to you and up to every individual to decide that, right? And once it makes click for everyone to really keep that sensitive private data really private, then I think this is the way for mass adoption, right? But not in those heavily regulated areas that we are talking about governments, about banks, where, of course, identification
you're hearing
obvious.
You're hearing the resounding swear word that exists, which is regulated.
Exactly, and I think adoption will come through all those online services first, right? Otherwise, there wouldn't be a service from Facebook, Google, and co. Right? So, and it's pretty hard also for self-sovereign identity. I like the concept of self-sovereign identity, but it's really hard also to find a valid business model therefore, right? So it's not about technology. There are a lot of approaches already and solutions out there that could replace current solutions, right, that are in place. But it's also about the economical dimension in those use cases.
Yeah, and I guess you need to get an identity where you can add on more information about that identity.
Exactly.
Like, it goes again. It needs to be interoperable in some way or form.
Absolutely.
Because when you look at, we all got these emails coming here for COVID testing, making sure that we have COVID certificates, and if you're not from Switzerland, you need to get a test or you need to have an approved one. But why can't we actually aggregate these things and decide what kind of information do we want to get on our identity, and get the issuer of these identities, and actually them being the ones actually interacting with your digital identity, and you can decide what actually is on there. So you give the power of the identity back to the person, and then you make sure that that's an identity that's interoperable across the internet, and you can use it for what you want, and you can disclose the information you want to disclose. Of course, the receiver can have some kind of ideas about what information they want, but the power should go back to the person.
But does that not bring us straight back to the situation where there is a risk that it gets taken and controlled?
I think that's where you use blockchain, because I think that's the way of making sure that the data is not necessarily stored on the identity that you have, but you have trusted parties that are verifying that they have actually seen certain information. Like KYC data, I think, is a sort of...
Absolutely. But you need an ecosystem. I think it's very crucial that you have an ecosystem for that and not competition.
Yeah.
So for the digital identity, maybe this isn't the use case so you need an ecosystem with value-added service on top on the layer. But digital identity is more a base case.
So look, we've got about five...
It's infrastructure, right?
Yeah. So that's the word for that, yeah.
It's the bit of a boring thing that needs to grow up on blockchain, that we need infrastructure in place, because then you have a lot of other companies that are actually built on top of that infrastructure and use it. So it's a bit of chicken and the egg situation, I guess.
And I mean, that's the beauty of decentralization, right? No one has the central power of just switching off single identities, right? So that's why it has to be a decentralized infrastructure running where no one has control over a certain bunch of identities, for example, to repress.
Exactly. Well, with 4 and a bit minutes to go, I've got a little bit of control.
Okay.
Because actually, I do want to ask. Does anyone actually have a question for anyone? I'd like to hear from the audience, actually. I know it's a bit off-piece, but does anyone have a question for any of the panel? Really? Oh, come on. Somebody's got to have a question at least. No? Okay. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, are there any interesting projects at the moment that are actually solving this problem on the blockchain?
Well, with digital identity?
Yeah, exactly.
Guys?
This gets back to my first question, like, what is your identity? Like, many people would say maybe even your email address is kind of like your digital identity. It's being used all around the internet to log into services, to essentially get back access to your identity, whichever you create there on whichever third-party service. And there's one project called Verain, which is using the Eternity blockchain to timestamp emails as well as to make token transfers over email possible.
Yeah, I guess I can mention Kilt protocol on the Polkadot ecosystem, looking specifically at digital identities, but also verifiable credentials on chain. And I guess, Valdemar also has a good example.
Come on. It's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, there are already a couple of companies or projects out there that are trying to solve those issues with sovereign identity, right? But the problem is really interoperability. Even if you have one solution that is running on Hyperledger or on Ethereum or on Polkadot, right? The interoperability is most of the time missing, and that's where those ecosystems become again silos within the ecosystem, right? And that's what we have to break out, right? So that's where Polkadot is leading us, from my perspective, also into a world where ecosystems are interconnected.
Fine. So interoperability is an essential aspect of delivering everything that we talked about, right?
Definitely, I think it's one of these things.
Right, it's the central. It's the central piece, isn't it?
And you want a few projects to develop the possibility of digital identity, but you don't necessarily want every single project to have their own idea about digital identity on the various chains and projects that are there, but actually be interoperable with the other chains, so you can actually have a business case for doing it.
I mean, what I found quite fascinating was, I mean, just thinking about interoperable, and actually just one thing I absolutely can't stand in the industry that we occupy is maximalism. It drives me completely mad. It's why do it? Why be so stupid? You know, we're building something amazing potentially, and if you're going to be interoperable, you've got to communicate with one another. So, do you feel that there is some sort of direction of travel now? I mean, certainly with what seemed to be happening in the United States with the what appeared to be a bit of an attack on the industry with the infrastructure bill. You know, I mean, it's been the language has changed a bit, but I mean, you know, nonetheless, it was absolutely clear that there was a desire to somehow stamp on the industry, and actually, what it did for a moment was bring everyone together, which was great.
Yeah.
And I'd really like to see a lot more of that, and I hope that everyone is looking and thinking in those terms, you know, because otherwise I think it becomes quite a difficult situation. We're out of time, I believe. Yep, there we go, 0. So we're done. So thank you so much, guys. I really enjoyed being on stage with you, and thank you very much, audience, for your attention. I look forward to seeing you later. All right, Dan?
All right, you happy?
How was that for timing?
Woo! Well done. Real professional.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Gentlemen, in that direction. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. We have a short keynote followed by a longer panel conversation, a really great conversation. We're very excited to have the MD for TokenGate here, a really great guy from Dubai here in Zug, Switzerland, to have a conversation with you all. So in the old days, he worked at Goldman Sachs. He was in charge of the global technology portfolio and then started investing in e-commerce out in the Middle East and Africa. And at some point, as he calls it, switched over to the dark side. And that is what he's been doing, some incredible stuff when he's not changing the world through blockchain. Actually, this also is still blockchain. He's tending to his CryptoKitties. If you want to find a way to talk to the gentleman outside, ask him about the CryptoKitties and he'll tell you a lot more. Please welcome to the stage the wonderful Hadi.
Thank you. So that's interesting. I think they pulled this picture of me off the web somewhere. So this is better. I'm with TokenGate in Dubai. I'm part of the international expansion that everyone has been working so hard in Crypto Valley and CVVC and CV Labs and Inacta and TokenGate and the whole ecosystem to extend the Crypto Valley ethos to a very dynamic place. And actually, just today, 2 crypto exchanges went live, regulated in Dubai, in the Emirates, and there are more coming. So watch this space, speak to CV Labs, CVVC, and come and visit. Why am I standing here today and talking to you? A little bit about me. So I had an earlier career in finance, like Dan said, and I switched to the dark side. And actually, since 2016, since I've moved to the blockchain crypto world, every day is the definition of exponential growth. And it's phenomenal to just continue building and building, and it's still so early. And after this, we have a great panel on real estate tokenization. But actually, I have an interesting title of the slide of the talk, which is intergenerational wealth and culture. And so, why am I even talking to you about that? Because I don't know, when you're confronted with an image that's too small, is your first reaction to expand it with your fingers, like thumb, forefinger? If not, maybe you're not digital native. Do you display your NFT on your Apple Watch? It's a thing. Buy an NFT, put the image on your Apple Watch, and you'll get instant respect. From who? From the generation that is actually going to be running things in 10 or 20 years. And that's the key. You prefer a classic watch? Okay, boomer. And now digital as a culture has a way to store and transmit value. And that's the really, really big thing. And the people who are going to be benefiting from the largest intergenerational wealth transfer in history over the next 15 years are digital native, and they value digital. And that doesn't mean that digital assets that are natively digital are the only ones of value, but it does mean that for an asset to be able to interact with the financial system that is being rebuilt, it needs to have a digital representation and a digital component to be part of that new world. And the reason that this is being rebuilt is because a lot of the people who were actually just leaving school in 2008 are really pissed off about the way people who are older than them have managed the financial system. And they're right. So they're rebuilding it. And it's going to take a little time, but it's digital, and it's crypto native, and it's going to have rails that carry all kind of assets on it. And these assets need to be able to take advantage of that. And so that's why when we're talking about gold, when we're talking about real estate, when we're talking about intellectual property, any other kinds of assets that one can tokenize, they have to become part of the new ecosystem. So fortunately, we have a great panel just now that we're going to have on real estate tokenization, what we're doing in Switzerland, what we're doing in Dubai, where the regulations are, how the evolution is going to be. And it's a very exciting talk. I know it's late on the third day, so try to be a little bit funnier, but we really will enjoy this coming panel. Thank you so much.
Okay, before you go, why don't you have a seat over there? Chair number 2. We're going to talk about tokenization of real estate. There's only one gentleman who is properly qualified to lead this conversation because he was actually involved in the world's first tokenization of a property in 2019. It's called Hello World in Bar. He is the author of various publications. Obviously, he's a professor. He's a professor of real estate, management and investments. He's the president of RICS here in Switzerland. A wonderful man, very familiar with this stage. So we're going to have Professor Dr. Michael joined by his panel. Let's give them all a big hand, please.
So thank you a lot for this excellent introduction, and thank you a lot, Hadi, for your excellent welcome speech, so 5 minutes before, to give you a feeling of what it is about. And if you see the real estate industry, of course, you see, we are really interdisciplinary. We have an interdisciplinary approach, and that's why our panel is pretty much international and pretty much interdisciplinary. So first of all, I'd like to welcome Katrina, who is among the leading lawyers in Switzerland for real estate, coming from the capital markets law, but now focusing a lot in the area of tokenization. So she's really the expert, top 5 women in Switzerland for all it's concerning legal topics. So we cover the legal parts. Second one, you already was introduced. So we had one investment guy from Goldman Sachs, now actually coming from Dubai. So he will bring in off a little bit the international perspective. And I'm really happy to welcome Stefan as a third panelist. And he's well known because he's, as I was by myself, really originating from the traditional pure real estate industry, founding Colonia Real Estate, which was one of the top 3 largest real estate listed companies. And then somehow he discovered his interest for the real estate tokenization and for all that's what's covering digital real estate. So we try to cover all these aspects, and probably the best topic to start with is the positive topic. So of course, all of us, we did a couple of different tokenizations so far. So the question is, of course, what are the advantages for these really crazy real estate industries? We have lots of investors, we have lots of competitions, we have lots of competing models, but you achieved in doing the largest tokenization that took place in the real estate industry. So a building at Bahnhofstrasse in Zurich, and we are happy also to talk later about this one. But first on, I think we should start with the advantages of tokenization of the real estate assets. And probably I like to hand over to directly the practical guy, and I like to ask Stefan, what do you think are the most important advantages of the tokenization?
Yeah, it really struck me about 4 years ago, in 2017, when the first people came to me and talked to me about Bitcoin and Ether and all these cryptocurrencies. So I was looking at it. I was a little skeptical about what's the value behind these currencies at the time. But the technology itself was really attracting and fascinating me. And with my real estate background, I was kind of putting two things together, and I thought, tokenization, democratization, fractionalization of large real estate properties, which cannot be accessed usually by the normal people on the street, is really a big topic. So when we developed the Brickmark token, what came to my mind is that it's not only about ownership rights fractionalizing. It's also about the fact that a token with a smart contract behind can, on top of the ownership rights, distribute revenue shares, rental income shares. It can be used, or the security behind the property can be used for DeFi applications, credit lines. Asset-backed securities is the largest debt market in the world. And you can create hybrids in the real estate world, which are not possible in the real world. And with 9 years experience of a CEO of a public company, a token can be created, which is a bond. So usually you don't have voting rights, but at the same time you can have profit participation rights on the increase of the property, which a normal bond is not allowed to give. So it's about creating new forms of capital, which I think is the big thing about it.
That all sounds pretty much interesting, and I know everybody's keen on doing so, and we had the big hype before the COVID crisis. Nevertheless, there are a little bit of tiny, small issues that needs to be solved. We were talking about the distribution of dividends on the blockchain, and that's why I look at Katrina. So is it really so easy? How do you deal with long-term investments for assets? How do you solve these conflicts?
So I think, indeed, the advantages are exactly as Stefan said. You can, with the token, you're not just talking about ownership fractionalization. You can do a lot of other things. You can solve a lot of problems for example, agricultural land, which cannot just be owned by foreigners. We also, in Switzerland, we know for residential real estate, we have limitations. Yeah. There are options which are totally legal in how to deal with that without handing over ownership. So I think we have a lot of there's a lot of potential to work around these ownership issues which are embedded in local law. On the other hand, it's not just straightforward. I think tokenization of real estate is something where you have to look at the life cycle of real estate. If you look at handing over the profits of real estate, then you always have to think that real estate is something for the long term. It is something which requires refurbishments. This is something which requires that you keep back funds for future expenditures. Putting that on the blockchain, calculating that correctly, putting that into a smart contract, that is where the real experts are required to get that equation right, so that the real estate doesn't lose value, that it stays attractive if it's a rental property on the rental market, but that it still gives the yields, obviously, which the investors are looking for.
Do you agree, Hadi? It's your...
Yeah, I think...
because you were nodding?
Yes, so I do very much agree. I think that it's sort of, I think of it a little bit dynamically, in the sense that, on a technical level, the fractionalization is easy. The legal regulation of what is this instrument, Switzerland is very much ahead of the game, but it is also something that can be solved on a generic level. And then you get into, you really need real estate experts doing real estate, that then this gets packaged around. So this is where, for example, an interesting question is, when you do want to build in maintenance, when you want to do an issuance, do you build it into the price at issuance? Or do you subtract it from the future distributions? You can do it either way, but you have to be conscious that if you build it at the beginning, the next time you do a revaluation, you're going to have a down round, right? So, and you have to think through all of these items, right, that Katrina just mentioned to really do it correctly. And that will still only be first generation. And then we have to figure out interesting ways of these digital assets to be part of the building blocks of the digital financial economy.
I completely agree, and probably as you were doing the biggest tokenization so far, how did you deal with these topics? I mean, what is your experience for this? And follow-up question later on, you're in the commercial side, which is completely different from the residential side in Switzerland. But probably let's start with the commercial side first.
Yeah, I mean, in this area, when you start composing a token, it's pioneer work. And it definitely took us 1.5 years and also a lot of investments and finding out what the right choices is. We were very fortunate because we were able to also get together an advisory board team with the chairman of the second largest public real estate company in Switzerland, but also with the former head of YouTube and Facebook in the UK. So the idea was to put a team together which covers the old world, but also has expertise in the new world. I think that's a very important thing. But putting that together and also talking to institutional investors, because we also placed about 20% of the token issue to institutional investors, was a great experience. And we learned a lot. And I think the most important thing is to educate the people. And right now, even without a public place to trade security or asset-backed token in the real estate world right now, we see that over the last 6 months, we get like 3-4 inquiries from public real estate companies, insurance companies, but also family offices now, who said, this is interesting, we would like to learn more about it. In February, we helped Vonovia, the largest European public real estate company in residential, to launch a $20 million security bond, which was backed by their property, real estate-backed bond, tokenized. So you see that also the big guys now getting into the sector, and now I think it's getting very excited.
I completely and fully agree. You definitely need institutional money for the first launch and to get the system really started, and afterwards the retail investors for sure will follow as soon as we have the necessary topics discussed. But the commercial topics we were discussing, but what about the residential topic, Katrina? I mean, for those who are not from Switzerland, we have a special situation here in Switzerland because we have the so-called Lex Koller, and the Lex Koller limits investments from foreigners to Switzerland, so you are not allowed as a foreigner to invest in the Swiss residential market. Theoretically, there are some exceptions. Nevertheless, you live in Switzerland or you have a secondary home. And so for the tokenization, how do you deal with these issues? How do you prove that it's really Swiss people investing in it? How can you limit voting rights? How can you deal with the investments?
A difficult question, because the law does not only very clearly state what is allowed and what is not allowed, they also very clearly state that they do not accept circumventions. So that makes it quite tough. When is something outside the ambit of the law, and when is something deemed to be a circumvention of the law? One critical element is, as you said, the voting rights. So not giving the people voting rights is certainly one critical element. The second critical element is if it's a credit facility, it has to be given at margins which are within the normal mortgage margins, nothing higher. So there are a number of limitations, and you have to work around those. One possibility is to give non-voting shares. That was at some point accepted by the regulator. As we all know, it's a very political issue. There are certain parties who would like to abolish the law, but then the other side rather would like to increase the law. So it's something one has to really look at the moment and get it right at the moment of launch to make sure that you don't fall into the law.
To deal with rights and to deal with certain.
But the basic line is, Christina, that a token would be possible to create where foreign investors could have ownership-like rights in Swiss residential.
What they can get is certainly, and that I think we can say quite clearly, is that you can get parts of the profit. You can have rights on the rental income. That is something which is not in any way regulated by the law. It's all geared on ownership.
Yeah, you have to find the way around to deal with rights.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. So you have a free legal recommendation here for free. Very good. Nevertheless, we should probably also talk for one topic that is pretty difficult. If you talk to all the investors, if you talk to private institutional investors, you always have one topic. We like to invest, we understand the topic, we give you money, there is plenty of money out there, but there is one topic: what happens if you want to sell our shares, our tokens? So that's why we definitely need some platforms where we can trade on our tokens. And we heard on Monday and a couple of days before that there are a couple of companies that hand in license requirements for opening up trading platforms. Why is it so difficult? SIX invested 200 million, I think, in the trading platform. It really is still a couple of topics to talk about. We have new companies coming up who want to get this license. So first of all, why is it so difficult to set it up? And what are the future plans, and what do you recommend these companies to do? I propose ladies first, and then I really like to also listen to the international answer from Hadi.
So I think it is the key question, in particular in real estate, because if one has a product and you want to pay back the investors at some point, the only way to do it is to liquidate the real estate. And if you have a bond and you say, we're going to repay the bond in 20 years, you exactly know in 20 years you'll have to sell the property no matter what the market is. Or you have to do it the way you did it with a perpetual bond, but then the investor is stuck unless he finds a private buyer. So I think it's a key question. Why is it so difficult? As always in Switzerland, I think the stock exchange, the expectations of FINMA, which is the regulator, is that the stock exchange which we're creating will be as perfect as the stock exchange we have at the moment. And that will make it, that's a very high hurdle to reach, you know.
I mean, you have a very difficult case. You're dealing with real estate. You need the technical due diligence, the FINMA needs the financial due diligence, management due diligence, and on top then you need the token due diligence. So do you think the FINMA will be, is your feeling? What is the speed FINMA is working for these topics?
So FINMA will not be doing the due diligence, it will be on the stock exchange.
They only recommend.
So they only provide the license to the stock exchange to act within its rules, and it has to set up the rules. So it will be the stock exchange, which is I think a good news, because they will be able to attract the people who can actually do that. I do not expect that they will do the token due diligence. We will have to handing in the reports, and they will have to then, basically they will sign off based on the value of the auditor who has provided those reports.
Harry, is a missing trading platform a topic for you?
Very much so. So in 2019, I had actually a great privilege of building out a real estate issuance platform for one of the big listed real estate companies in Dubai, and which allowed me to interact with so much of the ecosystem. And I literally spent, I would say, months talking to different security token exchanges, or wanting to be. And I would say, if it's chicken and egg, I brought my chicken. Okay, like show me the egg, and it's like, and it would be like in 6 months, in a year, next year after, etc. And then I think and it's still not the case that you've got this sort of a high volume sort of security token exchanges, and I think that part of it is that, you know, we embraced the technology and we zoomed forward very quickly, and you realize that actually, you know, Ethereum only came out of beta in 2015, right? So even today, you know, and that's when, like, you know, blockchain really became programmable in its modern sense. And so it's still 5 years into it now, maybe 6 years. And so so we're early on the tech, and I think a lot of people had greater expectations of what they could do with the tech than they were able to achieve technically in the last couple of years, and I think I see that that's now improving somewhat. And then I also think that it's a question of venue, and, you know, obviously marketplaces are about volume, and there's a hybridization happening now. We're crossing over between security tokens and traditional securities, but in the same umbrella of the user experience, and that has a chance of really being something that is very strong in doing that, because obviously you need people to come and trade in a place that has a high volume. Because it's not for the lack of great assets that we can tokenize. It's really for the lack of the marketplace.
So the high volume is definitely a question from Stefan. You did an IPO with your company a couple of years ago. You had to hand in all the IPO documents. Now you're going to a different way, to different topics, the token exchange. What is different and how can you organize it? Do you need a separation between the prime market and the new market, whatever you may call it? What is your opinion and how can you deal with these topics, especially for these small new companies?
Michael, the big problem is probably one of the reasons why we still haven't got the regulated digital exchange running for trading of security tokens is that regulators tend to be able to understand what they regulate. And I think that's the big issue right now. I think most regulators just get their hands on what a Bitcoin or Ethereum means and is in a blockchain, and not talking about DeFi models and so forth. So I think that caused a lot of delays. And, you know, we had experiences. We were talking to the German Aufsichtsamt. We were talking to FMA. We talked to Luxembourg. We talked to FINMA. Fortunately, right now, Liechtenstein last year and this year, Switzerland now has formed the legal groundwork. And I also learned from Hadi that Dubai and Abu Dhabi is also quite progressive on this area. So now where the basis is set, I'm very sure that over the next 6 to 12 months we will see the first exchanges going on. And then, you know, talking to an SDX right now, it will be very similar to the public markets we know. There will be certain market segments, a lower one with lower requirements, a higher standard with higher requirements. You have to hand in 6 months or 12 months financials, an auditor, high transparency, something which, you know, you probably not see that much in the current cryptocurrency market, but I think that will come, because without that, you will not get the insurance companies and pension funds to move into. But I think this will be very smoothly. So I'm very sure that once the first digital exchanges will take place, it also will require attractive projects. So you know, I was really amazed when we did our tokenization last year. We got within 24 hours 144 headlines around the world. And even in Blick, people were talking about it. So demand is there. We had over 2,000 inquiries from retail investors in the first week of the press release. So I think it will come, and it will be a big wave.
And by the way, just if I can add, there's actually quite a large overlap in the solution with the question of identity, right? Because a lot of the regulators today, the way they solve for controlling money laundering and securities laws and who is a retail investor and who is not, all links back to identity. And the reason why that's so obsessive in this context is because
on the blockchain, you could literally send it to anybody else on the internet. And so, as developments happen in identity solutions, in KYC solutions that are more able to allow freedom of transfer, you'll probably see a lot higher comfort from the regulators allowing that.
But I think that is important. You said we need higher liquidity. In my expectations, in order to allow everybody to basically trade on Nestle and not just the affiliated banks as we have it in the traditional industry, it will require that we whitelist and that we have identified ourselves. And there we will see how open the system actually is to allow for the liquidity to happen.
Especially from the governmental perspective. So how do you deal with taxation? How do you deal with depreciation? How do you deal with the trading? For sure. But nevertheless, I think Switzerland will be well off, and that's what both your statements were. So Hardy, you have a kind of external view as well. You're in Dubai. Nevertheless, you voted for a Swiss system for your company to be implemented. So probably you're really well off Switzerland as well. But if you compare to Switzerland to all the other countries, we have now the US approaching a lot with really relaxed behavior concerning the very restrictive behavior before. How do you see the position of Switzerland comparing to all the other countries?
It's a sort of tough question, but maybe I'll just address one or two parts of it.
Yeah, sure.
I don't think that the US has become more relaxed.
No.
I think what's happened in the US is that they have come up with regulations that allow specific segments of the market to be addressed up to certain levels. And that has allowed companies and projects to be able to issue tokens in low volumes to retail within the regulation. So it's not that it's become more relaxed. Probably, if anything, it's the opposite. But they've, over the last 5 years, developed these exemptions and these regulatory windows for people to be able to do it up to certain levels, like 75 million or et cetera. And so that's something that is there. I think Switzerland is still ahead of most countries in how in the will to want to understand it and to want to actively be participant in allowing the market to happen from a regulatory perspective. And it's a mental framework question. I think that's there's an advantage here in that.
Presumably, Katrina agrees.
In principle, I agree. I think what Switzerland has to look out for is, we always said it should be a plain level playing field between the traditional financial markets and the crypto markets or the blockchain markets. At the moment, I am seeing shifts in legislation where they are creating special rules for crypto markets because there is a certain fear, in particular in AML matters, that there is a much higher risk involved in crypto. And we have to keep that balance because other countries are keeping that balance as well. So I think that would be, if anything, a wish for the future. But I think at the moment we are well set.
That's great. Before we continue with the future, we like to give you, dear audience, the possibility to ask questions. Actually, I cannot see. Okay, now I can see it. So are there any questions from your side, for this delighted perfect panel? In the back? Sorry, ladies first? No, sorry. Okay, you start, please.
Why can't you do real estate as an NFT at the moment?
Good question.
I can't see who said it, but
the guy with the box.
Right.
Nice throw, though.
Yes, good throw.
Can you please repeat the question shortly? Sorry.
Yeah, why can't you do real estate as an NFT at the moment?
The answer is I think that you can. And
anybody doing it?
No.
So actually what you hit on is what most likely will be the next technical evolution, right? And that is that to be able to convince the real estate registry authorities to allow your real estate title to be an NFT, right? Or to be wrapped in digital rights management, which is NFT. And then what you can do is you can shard that at a digital level and trade those shards. So rather than today, what you do is you take a title and you wrap it in a company, and then that company has shares, and I'm using company in a generic sense, could be a bond, could be the company has shares, and then what you do is then you tokenize essentially those shares, and so you still have a level of old world linkage that's non-digital quite far into the chain. But if you were able to do it fully digital, it would be the next generation of where. But you need to bring then not just the securities regulators with you, but also the land registration authorities with you. So it's another layer. But I think it's going there.
But by the way, I mean the land registry of Zug is doing a pilot right now, so that titles can be transferred on a ledger. A land register is a ledger, so it would be a perfect example actually to put it on a blockchain.
Yeah. But legally, I mean, it's a perfect example, of course, land registry.
Yes.
But legally, if you think in a further step, of course, you have a private ownership structure, you have a kind of company ownership structure, and what you need essentially is a kind of digital ownership structure. And we'll see what it will bring.
I just would like to put the question whether you feel comfortable becoming a tenant in a company which is owned by multiple NFT owners, which you do not know and whom you might not be able to really get attention from if you're, I don't know, something is dripping or the roof is leaking or something like that. So that is, I think, then the other side where you have to,
You can put it on a block.
You can put it on a block.
My shower is leaking, please help.
Well, actually, like the ability to allow tenants to influence behavior of the management through another layer of tokens, maybe not the ownership ones, but more of utility type ones, might become, one of those features that just gets built in.
10 blogs and your lease goes down by 50%.
Yeah.
Just a quick question. Don't you think it's kind of a traditional excuse from the traditional market saying that the problem is regarding AML with the cryptocurrency and all the crypto, and this has become the most excuse to not use and not to go in? And in the moment that we know that largely the majority of the people that launder money, launder via the banks. So how to, in a sense, like cope with that and try to open the eyes of everybody that the problem is not crypto. The problem is who is doing the bad stuff using the specific asset.
So, of course, I would be very careful with saying that anybody is doing money laundering, of course. So, of course, what we did when we tokenized our asset, we did a normal KYC process, and you could invest, starting from 100,000 Swiss francs, depending if you go below 100,000, it's an easier process. If you go above 100,000, it's a more precise, a more detailed process doing so. But the question is probably not the topic of KYC or AML topics. The question is, why is the system not so running so smoothly? And if you look in the real estate industry, and if you look at the different setups, you see there is a lot of money around, especially in Switzerland, where we have a minus 0.75% of the Swiss national banks. So there's plenty of pension fund money around. And at least it's always a question, who buys the asset and how do you deal with this asset? And if you look at the institutional asset, the institutional market in Switzerland, there's always a huge competition and somebody always pays more. And that's why, of course, we need to work on the pilot projects to get everybody addicted to it. And of course, KYC and anti-money laundering is a topic, but this one is solvable. The question is more, how can you trade your tokens? And that's the example of what Katrina was saying. How can you avoid certain groups to own your tokens? And this you can do by programming the tokens, who is controlling it, who is owning it. And then you have the voting rights and the dividend payout rights.
I mean, one add-on, maybe quickly.
10 seconds for the add-on, please, all right?
Thank you.
10 seconds.
Thank you.
We have extra time.
Oh, we have 5 minutes more, huh?
Yeah.
We're actually out of time. We put your 5 minutes in there.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that the regulated digital exchanges who will be able to trade security tokens, asset-backed tokens in the future, they will have some kind of registry of any participant prior to them entering the market, like Stuttgart is doing, for example, with Bison. So I think that problem will be solved.
Okay.
I have one thing to add just to that.
You got 10
Yes,
seconds.
quick.
Okay.
Is that is
You have 10
that regulators at an institutional level, because they're actually, I mean, regulators are people too, and so as the more they get educated on this, the more they realize that, especially in a securities context, having this digital KYC is actually helps them, and helps them not only in control, but also in follow-on audit and in real-time monitoring and all of these things to a much greater extent than a paper-based system. So, I mean, at least in the context we're talking about here, they're coming to that level to be able to
Finally.
do that.
And with that, we do have to wrap it up because we've got our next speakers ready. So let's give them a hand, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, in that direction. That's one of the benefits of sticking around a little bit longer than everyone else, is that we can actually do some Q&A. Next time we organize this event, I would like to have some actual 5-10 minutes of Q&A after every conversation. I think it would be really helpful. But thank you for staying here. We've got, I think, 1 or 2 more keynotes here. Some wonderful people. We actually have the CMO of Cryptix. Many of you will know this venture-building house, but his journey started off in law school, then into advertising and working with artists. He was actually involved for a brief amount of time in building Europe's first academically accredited accelerator. He is a powerful force in venture building and startup creation and so much more. We're very excited to have him. Please welcome, originally Austrian, Achim.
Hello, everyone. So, thanks for being here so late, and thanks for surviving the third day. I'm Achim Jenner. I'm CMO at Cryptix. I think you have probably heard of Cryptix before these days. If not, we sponsored these lanyards. Not just that. So the reason why I have that wonderful podium is that I can lean to somewhere, because just a few days ago I had a surgery, and when I saw the anesthesia guy, I asked him, listen, I have a keynote on Wednesday. Will that work? And he looked very frighteningly to the surgeon, and that guy gave him a good to go. So they tagged me together. But if you see something fall off or something red, just snip fingers. So I know what's happening. Because the topic is so interesting, I really wanted to take part in that. And today I'm talking about leadership in decentralized organizations. To be honest, it's not rocket science. It's leadership, after all. But more than ever, it's not the kind of bossy leadership. It's real leadership. And the decentralization of things and the decentralization of organizations is really taking part in a time when we've gone a long way. We've learned a lot, and it doesn't take us by surprise anymore. We have a lot of competences we developed since 30 or 40 years, all the management competences that we need to lead decentralized organizations. But first of all, why am I talking about that? I'm coming from Cryptix. Cryptix is a venture building house here in the Crypto Valley. And when I came to that organization, the most beautiful thing was you don't join Cryptix for the things they're doing. You join Cryptix for the things they say they're not doing. And the fun part is that we're so used to work in a very silent and focused way that even attending an event like that is not the usual thing that we do. I know somewhere in the audience is our great team, or parts of our great team, and of course Bernhard Koch. You're somewhere there. Thanks a lot for having us, for giving us the chance to develop all these wonderful companies and ideas into ventures. And it's not by accident that we stand here today. We had really glorious years, and we just came out with such a big thing like Blocktrade. I think Bernhard Blaha is also here, the CEO of Blocktrade. He just finished one of the biggest crowdfunding security offerings in Luxembourg, if not Europe. Congratulations on that. So, but Blocktrade is a digital asset exchange. That's a starting point for us. Because what we ultimately want to build is the people's financial marketplace. And it is what it sounds like. It's an ecosystem. So decentralization is one of the main factors that define if an ecosystem is really working like it should. Because never really an ecosystem will run from a central instance successfully. The Soviet Union has proven that very good, and I think also the European Union is thinking about how to become part of Switzerland before Switzerland becomes part of the European Union. Would make sense because the idea of federalism and decentralization and giving power to the smallest unit within such a system is what really drives us forward. So what we're doing, I think you have seen the charts over and over again. We develop startups into scale-ups and then try to make them part of that ecosystem. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of eCredits, one of our last ventures that now takes form, will be launched this year. The white paper is out, the blockchain is running. And now comes the part that triggers us most, because when it's about leadership of decentralized organization, you think, oh, we all had that. We have cost centers in the 80s and so on. We've done that. But real decentralization is something different, and eCredits drives that to a new height. But whenever we talk about what we expect in that ecosystem, then 4 major problems turned out. The one is the loss of the functional hierarchy. Now, you could say whenever was a hierarchy functional, but other than in dictatorships. But it worked in a way that we passed down information. And we hope that with passing down information, it got somehow elevated into function. And what we see now is that if we're talking about ecosystems, and we mean that seriously, the only way to go forward is creating kind of a micro-entrepreneurship. And entrepreneurship comes with its own risks and its own culture, and that doesn't in any way connect to a strong hierarchy. So it's really about how can we trigger micro-entrepreneurship in companies. Then the need to trust without control. Trust is something that we speak often when we talk about blockchain, right? And trust in a trustless environment and all of that. But what happens if that is not a digital instance, but a human that basically runs on trust? You know how bad it feels if a team doesn't trust in you, or you doesn't trust in a team. So we have bigger chains ahead of us in terms of HR and corporate culture. I really hope that the time that I see here is not running that fast. Public management exposure. We have that also since the 80s, and we already have a lot of CEOs who do a great job in being present in the public. But to be honest, when have you heard a CEO not saying that he's boss of or leader of a sustainable company? So the more we press them into a public situation, the more they all sound the same. But once you have a decentralized organization, that probably won't work anymore because you're measurable. And the people around you, they don't just have a vote, they have a say. And decentralized organizations really depend on the self-responsibility of a lot of units. So, and you want to involve individuals, you want to involve corporations, you want to involve a lot of different players who all have the same say. And to ensure that, in eCredits, we founded, therefore, a very new legal entity. It's called European Cooperative Organization, I think, the SCE. And that's nothing less than the old idea of a cooperative based on a European idea. So you have to have founding members of different countries. You have a lot of legal tools that invite and enable companies and individuals to work together, do research and development, access markets together. But it comes at a price, and that price is exactly these things that you see here. So to cope with all of that, we see a massive rise on the technology side. Also a lot of dependency on the technology side. With blockchain, we have a very good tool to start into that. We can enable voting on that. We can enable a lot of things that work into that kind of decentralization. We still will get reports that we can, again, transform into information and then pass into the network. And that's a funny thing, because I'm a child of the 70s, and I don't know who else is, but I think I saw hundreds of documentaries where the ants were the epitome of the decentralized organization, not acknowledging that there's a fat matriarch controlling hundreds or thousands of life in her will, in her reproductive addictiveness. But the thing is, that was not real decentralization, because they didn't have identities, they didn't have hobbies. They were born for just one cause, and they repeat that over and over again. They were the early or the natural smart contract, to say so. So human decentralization is more real. I think I'm really running out of time, and I'm terribly sorry to rush through that a bit faster. So the ultimate expectation you will find when you decentralize is more fairness and independence. Now, independence is something we humans, we know about the cultural consequences of the will and the wish for independence, and we really are on a way to enable that as good as possible, but not in corporations. That will change with ecosystems. And I think the biggest thing that I want to get over today is, once you think ecosystems, you really have to allow a true decentralization. Otherwise, you will never create an ecosystem, and you will find yourself with the problems the 70s Gosplan had, the economic mastermind of the Soviet Union. Whatever, we talked about the SCE. We talked about the problems that leaders probably have when they work with hundreds or thousands of people who have leverage and the say. We don't know what's the real deal to cope with that. But I think what we learned, and we learned it over quite some time, is as a leader, you have to create messages and frameworks and stories that people love to follow, and which they love to follow because of the beauty within. And so the whole communication thing will be really big. But other than in the past, it will be different in terms of it has to be measurable, it has to be honest, and it has to bring salvation for all the people working with you. In the external perception, you can do that with PR, corporate culture, HR. We have a lot of disciplines that we already know and that we run. On the cryptic side, we understood that we have to reformulate them, and we really have to get a new angle on how we do communication. Communication is not marketing. Marketing is preparing a market, gaining customers. Corporate communication, by example, is all about reputation of your leaders, of your corporation. Community management is a relatively new discipline. And again, thanks Bernhard for showing it, how real community management works, because that's not just pushing out the random keywords like sustainability, It's like Bernhard is doing it, calling people every day, tons of them, and passing on the message that we want to get through. And I'm clicking like hell to cope somehow with the time that is left, 0.
I'm only trying to take care of you. You came straight from the hospital. So I wasn't sure if you would be able to go through it. How much time do you need?
Pardon?
How much more time do you need?
If you give me just 2 minutes.
All right. We'll
because
put 90 seconds on the clock.
90 seconds on the clock.
Here we go.
Thanks a lot. One last thing, because I think it's so important. I'm a CMO, so I live for the idea of, with communication and the right narrative, you can achieve much more than with pressing some truth that probably isn't even true. So what we need are leaders who lead by example. And that means you have to talk about what you're doing, how you're doing it, and why you are doing it. And I think we really missed out the chance to talk more about why our leaders are behaving like they do, and what are the values behind their doing. And I'm really pushing it in Cryptics, and we are all on the same page regarding that. Also, when I know that within Cryptics, we are kind of the Jedi order. We don't talk about what we do normally. But the more people want to listen to us, the more we have to say what we're doing, why we're doing it. And in that regard, I ask everyone who wants to cope with leadership in decentralized organization to create a very strong mission statement. And the mission statement is really explaining why and how you are working on a certain topic and create the solutions that you create. And the last thing is, and that was totally out for almost 30 years, to create a brand behavior. And brand behavior is something that really stems against all the volatility of emotions and all the fluctuation you have sometimes within your core teams and the most important part of your company. Finally, it's a brand governance, but that's a topic. I think we have a lot of experts in here. So sorry for clicking through so fast, and I hope you enjoyed the few ideas that I could pass on. Thanks for listening, and have a nice evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You can go in that direction over there. All right, last one. Quick show of hands. Who thinks it's pronounced data? So the options are data or data. You can hear from my accent, I'm more of a data guy. So do you say data? Raise your hand if it's data. Data, 1. And who says data in the room? The rest of you. So please excuse this next gentleman because he comes from New Zealand, and backstage all he kept saying was data, data, data. So he's a Kiwi that's moved to Switzerland. His job is dealing with huge amounts of data for insights and strategy and so much more. Amazing gentleman. He's going to wrap everything up to kind of bring it back to why Bitcoin, what is it, where are we going? So please give it up for the very charming and wonderful Angus.
Thanks, Dan. It's really good to be here and talk about some data with you guys today. Even if it's the last hour of the final day of this Crypto Valley conference, because it gives me an opportunity to pose you with this. So you've just spent 3 days in Crypto Valley talking about crypto. I want to know if you can answer this question. How did Bitcoin change the game? How did it actually change the game? Now, I don't want to hear the classic table topics sort of buzzword that usually come out when you're discussing this topic, and which no doubt we'll all be doing in about 30 minutes' time over a few wines. But I don't want you to mention internet money, store value, censorship resistance, individual sovereignty, world computer, secure transactions, or even the classic removing the middleman. I really want to go more fundamental with it and understand what the core innovation actually is. So let me try. Bitcoin has just given us a new way of interacting with data, and that's it. And it doesn't sound very special or exciting. So why have people gotten so excited about it? I believe it's because Bitcoin gave us the highest level of confidence and data authenticity that humanity has achieved ever. and this is pretty substantial. So when using Bitcoin, it's close to impossible to delete records. It's impossible to edit records, and it's impossible to tamper, manipulate, mislead, or otherwise misrepresent these records, which makes it very difficult to lie, cheat, and steal when you're talking about using data on Bitcoin and you're securing this data on Bitcoin. So this means altogether that Bitcoin simply reduces the cost of trust. And I think a lot of you here today would probably have heard this explanation of what Bitcoin is, but altogether, at nChain, we think that Bitcoin changed the game, and it did so by giving us a new way of interacting with data that delivered a superior level of confidence in data authenticity, massively reducing the cost of trust. If you're marketing-minded, you could probably distill that down to 3 words, and at nChain we've done so, and that is data without question, and this is our focus. Just really quickly on nChain. nChain is a Bitcoin and blockchain-related company, one of the largest blockchain-related patent portfolio holders in the world, with 250 employees and offices in London, Slovenia, and here in Zug, Switzerland. I'm very lucky to be part of the office in Zug here. And we've just launched our first commercial product using Bitcoin. And this commercial product is called Kensei. Kensei works with the understanding that data that can be tampered with is unreliable, yet still the world relies upon this data. And businesses and governments waste a lot of money every year checking, reviewing, verifying this data, and they don't need to. They do currently need to because the possibility of tampering exists, but if you can remove this possibility, then you can save a lot of money. Kensei enables businesses to break the status quo. And it does so by making sure that this data is referenceable and immutable, meaning that it can't be changed. It simply cannot be changed. So just quickly, Kensei, how it's sort of running under the hood without getting into too much detail. We start with unsecure customer data that can be fed in through our API, which we hash, store, timestamp on our platform, bundle into Bitcoin transactions, which are then pushed to the network and committed to the blockchain. When the transactions are confirmed into a block, we can return a certificate of inclusion proof to the customer. And this certificate is really important because it can show the customer that the data, well, not just the customer, but other parties, that the data is objectively authentic, it's independently auditable by these companies. They don't need to rely upon us to audit this data. It's obviously immutable, it's using a blockchain, and it's timestamped. But additionally, we can authoritatively order events, which is really useful for functions such as smart contracting. Kensei, some of the business uses that we are seeing in nChain and perhaps see coming in the future. We've seen applications in KYC, Know Your Customer, instant checks on these verified customer records, healthcare providers, also within the field of tokens and asset management and central bank digital currency, as well as supply chain, which we've heard a bit about today, as well as gambling. Now, I'm really hoping that this slide can be somewhat controversial here, and I'm almost certain it will be after the drinks on Monday. We covered this in quite a lot of detail with quite a lot of people. If you want to come and approach me after this and have a couple of drinks and talk about it, I'd be more than happy to. When we were choosing a blockchain to work with at nChain, we have 3 requirements. All right? And I've touched on the first requirement. The first requirement is that we have to have a very high level of confidence in data authenticity. And this is the key innovation of blockchain, and most blockchains offer this. We additionally need transaction fees to be really low because we're going to be putting a lot of volume of data onto the blockchain. So we require transaction fees to be at least less than 1 cent, if not a lot less than that. And there are some cryptocurrencies that offer this, and this is their competitive advantage. And finally, we want to see a realistic roadmap to greater than 1 million transactions per second. And we haven't heard too much about scaling at this conference. I mean, we've talked about transaction fees and things, but if you realistically want 4 billion people using a blockchain, you need to have some sort of realistic route to having an enormous amount of transactions coming through, or else it's just simply dead in the water. This next slide was a late addition, but I thought it'd be really fun to throw it in as a comparison between what is possibly the least sustainable cryptocurrency out there today, which would be BTC, and doing some sort of electricity sustainability example with you. So if you're sending a BTC transaction, that on average, using the data for the last month, or data, is approximately 850 kilowatt hours in terms of electricity usage. The same transaction sent on BSV would be approximately 0.86 kilowatt hours. Now, to put that into perspective, and I realize I probably should have used something like Lambos here, but a Tesla Model 3 has an electricity consumption of 0.15 kilowatt hours per kilometer. So that would be the equivalent, when you're talking about BTC, sending a transaction of driving 5,500 kilometers in that Tesla. That's the same as going from Los Angeles to New York. The same transaction on Bitcoin is like driving to McDonald's with 6Ks. And we can do better. And we should be doing better than this. For these reasons, and quite a few more, it's the obvious choice for in-chain at this point, when using blockchain as a backend for our product, to go with something that can actually scale, that has a broad vision of serving the entire world, giving the entire world access to blockchain at an affordable rate. Because at the end of the day, at in-chain, we have the understanding, and I think a lot of people will agree, irrespective of what blockchain you want to go with, that blockchain itself is a really beautiful innovation. And using blockchain means that we can put so much more trust in our data, which allows for more collaboration, more efficiency, and ideally more prosperity for the entire world. And that's all I have. Thanks very much for having me, and it's been a pleasure to wrap up the Crypto Valley conference. And thank you very much.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, man.
I'm very grateful. I'm grateful to the amazing production team that have done a phenomenal job. Literally everyone from mics to screens to camera crew to audio and video on the back and everyone else. I'm really grateful to the initiators of this beautiful space who have put together a bold vision and have brought us along on that journey. But mostly I'm grateful to you guys who are in this room as well as watching online. We're still here. I think the pandemic is a very, very obvious sign that we will not be here forever. And while we're here, we might as well do something that will hopefully change the world. And I really, truly believe, without too much hyperinflation of what we're doing, that what we're talking about has the potential and is already changing our lives and the world around us. So my overall feeling, after 3 days of talking about a lot of different things, interacting with you guys outside and inside and on the stage and backstage, is I'm grateful. So thank you so much for being a part of this journey, and I really hope we'll see you again soon. Until then, I think it's what everyone says during the pandemic: stay safe, stay well, and see you next time. Goodbye.